Hey everybody, welcome into the Beehive. I'm your host, the Bee at LLC, and this is where we stack precious metals like it's pollen and nectar. Our pollen is silver, nectar is gold, preserving our wealth is honey of old, and like ancient metals, we hold our own. And today we're going to get into something a little bit off of the track, or quite a ways off the track, maybe for some. But yeah, this is a video that was brought to my attention, and it's a little off the wall, but I happened to catch it live, and I thought it was so interesting that I asked the maker of the video in the live chat if I could review this video on my channel and talk about it, and he said sure. So that's what we're going to be going over. I caught the video about halfway through the live stream, and the title is what attracted me to the video. And this is not a channel that I have watched, but the title sucked me in, and I started watching it, and there was just some very interesting things brought up, kind of off some of the beaten path, but it also said a lot of things that I have said on my channel and that I have said talking with Space Miner, who is joining me for this venture, this review. And I've had conversations with him about some of these things. So there are things that align with my channel, and it's things that I've kind of wanted to bring up and discuss. And since this video was so intriguing to me, and he was generous enough to let me rewatch it and discuss this with you guys, that's what we're going to do here. But by no means do I believe everything that's said in this video, or am I trying to disprove anything in this video. I just think that we can all maybe open our eyes and ears and minds, and we're alive, and we should use our mind to think about things. And I'm not saying any of this is correct or anything. I just, some of these ancient coins that I collect that are so beautiful and have such amazing imagery, and I feel and think that they say a lot just in the artistry, the characters, the depictions they use to tell a story, really gets me thinking. And some of the things that are correlated with ancient coins are talked about in this video, things that I've thought about and sometimes have correlated it with our modern time. And so yeah, I just want to watch this with you guys, maybe talk about a few of the subjects with Space Miner as we go through it. But yeah, I hope you all enjoy, and it's just kind of for entertainment, and to I feel like we've been lied a lot to in our modern society, and therefore my view on life has been changing slowly. And not that I have it all figured out, by no means, but I think it's interesting to think on some of these things, because we do know some of our history, and that's one of the reasons I like ancient coins, is it's a picture is put into metal, and that same picture lasts all this time. And for those, I was brought up under the Bible, and if any of you have read the origin stories in the Bible, it talks about the sun and the moon and the stars and the heavens being made for times, seasons, days, and years, like a sky clock. And that's some of the things that get touched on here. And with that, I want to talk to Space Miner here a little bit and see how he's doing. Space Miner, thanks for joining me. How are you?
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for having me. Appreciate you.
Cool. Looks like we got some people in the chat. We got nickel stacking. The Bud Files, welcome in. Frisky Dingo, good to see you. Hope you're well. Think Differently 3000. I'm going to be emailing you tomorrow, Bud. Thanks for being here. And Space Miner Niels, welcome in, everybody. So, without further ado, let me, and I'm going to let me put one thing in the description of this video right quick, and I will be right with the rest of you, and we'll get started on this.
Man, what's up, all? Frisky, good to see ya. We got Neil 79, awesome. Who else drifted in? Saw Nickel earlier. That's awesome. I'm trying to get into the chats to see.
Yeah. Okay. So I got that, and so this video that we're gonna watch comes from a YouTube channel called Crrow777, and his link and information is in the description of this video. And like I said, I happened to catch this live, and I asked him. I only caught the last half of the video live, but it was intriguing enough. I mentioned in the live chat, can I show this on my channel? He said sure. So we're gonna watch this, but that his information is in the description if you want to check that out. It is there. Feel welcome to go subscribe to him if this is something that interests you. So the first thing I'm going to show is what they are going to be talking about in this first half of the video. Now, like I said, I only caught the last half of the stream, so I didn't watch this part of the video, but this also page is linked in the video description, and it shows it's kind of a time clock, and he shows different things that you can come here to this page and mess with these adjustments yourself and watch it in, whichever way, whatever you want to view, you can set up and do it manually here on this page. That is in the description of this video as well. But with that, let me get over here to the video itself, and we'll get started. So sure.
Risk.
Okay, so here we go. We're gonna kick this off.
Hey, 1 second. I want to toss in my own disclaimer real quick.
Yep.
Hey, what up, OC? Good to see you too. Like B had stated, these are not necessarily our opinions. Okay. We're not vouching for the information. We're not doing any of this. We're just trying to take a respectful, critical look at the information. And we want to kind of pay a little bit of tribute to our ancestors of information, knowledge, and wisdom. These are, we're about to absorb an entirely different way of thinking than a lot of people are ever exposed to. And it's important that when we're discussing alternative ways of thinking, different worldviews, different philosophies, based on different moralities, ethics, and worldviews, that we do our best to be polite, respectful, and try to glean the good information where we can. We're going to chew the fat, spit the bones. So, and I just wanted to be really clear on that. Your options are take this as a fact, fiction, or conspiracy, but you're kind of going to be stuck with something in there. So have fun with it, y'all. I hope you do. So,
all right, cool. We are all disclaimered out. We're going to get started here.
Disclaimers.
Browser-based software that he created. Welcome, Ian.
Hello. Pleasure to be here.
And in a second, I'm going to have you describe what we're going to be going over here. There are visuals for everybody listening. And Rose is with us too. but primarily backstage. She's going to be running some things. And after we're done talking with Ian, we're going to cover some of my footage. But anyhow, Ian, if you'd like to tell people where they can find your stuff or you or anything, now's the time to do it. And you can explain what we're about to look at, please.
Sure. The website is zodi-yuga.skyclock.com, and you'll see what we're going to be looking at here in just a moment.
I'm in the chat. Oops, I put the wrong link. That is not good. Hold on.
I have to
Give me a second here.
I deleted the comment.
Clock is right or wrong. I don't even know if the boundaries of the zodiacal signs haven't been messed with. I have read enough things now that I know there were concerted efforts to try to make it so that average walk of life human beings couldn't possibly figure out the sky clock down to the second, the stated reason being that it's too powerful. And the one example I always use was openly admitted by the Rosicrucians, where they claim at a certain point in history, the names for Venus and Mercury were swapped to try to ensure that nobody could figure things out down to the dot. Isn't it interesting that those are supposedly the two luminaries closest to the sun? But with all that, Ian, it's all you.
Well, thank you again for having me, and it's a great opportunity to hopefully clear up some of these questions. I believe I've struck something here, and it all really boils down to simple geometry of that square and circle, the age-old Hermetic attempt to square that circle, which Leonardo did right there, and that's the basis for the geometry that will unfold here. I don't know if you want to hit those definitions, or we want to go straight into the modes.
I think I define it.
We just give a basic overview so people can get a sense before we go in. And
Sure.
so people who go to this, when you get on the page where the software is running, in the upper right, there's a little question mark. Click on that. But Ian, just give an overview of what functionality is available.
Sure.
Yeah, 79. Great having you here. Yeah, we're going over this video here, and we'll be chatting on it from time to time. But welcome in, everybody. Relax, take your time. This first part of the video I had not seen. Is more the last half that I had viewed and want to talk about. But this first, I went back later and watched this first half of the video, and it's quite interesting as well. So we're gonna watch.
Sure. There's four things going on. But there's only two moving things: the sky.
What time frame
and
is
the
this
sun.
on, real quick?
But there's four ways that we're going to be looking at it. In order to understand how this,
Okay.
What's that?
I just wanted to see what time mark these definitions were at, in case we wanted to defer back to them.
I have them on another page here, easily
All right, cool.
grabbable.
Good thinking, man.
the planets move around the ecliptic, you got to make the sky stop moving. And that's the first mode, is just fixed sky. So we'll get into that, and you'll see the planets moving through the constellations without the sky moving, so you can actually see what's going on. Then we switch over to real-time sky, and you'll actually see where it starts rotating. So the planets are moving one direction, then the sky starts turning the other direction, and it gets complicated real fast. That's why all the layers, you'll you'll see. And then we get to precession. So in order to see the stars precessing through the Aries point, the sun will be fixed at 0 degrees Aries, and we'll watch the constellations actually precess. Well, I should back up a second, because it's a circle with two axes. And again, this comes back to the Vitruvian Man. The center of the circle is over the navel. That's the ecliptic North Pole. And the center of the square is over the genitals. That's the center of the whole tropical system. That one's fixed to the Earth. It doesn't change. Well, the rotation point stays fixed over the North Pole, but it also precesses, and we'll show that too.
So is the idea here that the phallus would be a bit like a North Pole, terrestrially speaking?
That's Mount Meru. That is the world tree.
Yggdrasil,
Yep.
North Pole, all these things. So if we go back up to the navel, is that going to be the center of the axis
Right.
as per the North Star or something like that?
No, the
real
North
quick.
Star is sitting at over the phallus.
Okay.
The dragon, if you hit Draco, you'll see the dragon pop up.
That's a constellation for everybody
That is
listening.
the constellation Draco. It's really small. I can't get it better right now. This is 1.0. Maybe in the next version, I'll make some of this more visible.
AB, can you?
But if you
Yeah.
go
All right,
up to
1 second. Sorry.
real time, you
All
can
right,
watch
so-
the dragon.
For any of you trying to catch up real quick, these guys start their measurements, okay, and they start their observations off of a planar, from a planar perspective, okay, meaning like 79 says, so the Earth is flat. Their observations start from a planar perspective. So all observations will start with the ground being parallel and perpendicular being straight up, your X and your Y, your traditional X and Y. This what they're referring to here with the genitals being Mount Meru. So for those not kind of caught up to what these guys are referring to, in ancient maps, in the very center, we would call the North Pole, it's been mapped a couple different ways, like 4 different islands in the middle with 4 different rivers and a giant center mountain. Some just say it's one giant black mountain, but this is where the thought was at this time. You know, this is how they're thinking about it and how they're demonstrating it and how they're correlating it to our bodies. And for them, it was kind of like the big was the little and the little was the big. And this is how they understood a lot of these things. So I just want to toss that out there.
Okay.
Circle.
They'll discuss that too, how they're viewing, and they also show, as this goes, they'll show several different models. They'll show the modern depiction of NASA, you know, and they'll show a couple, you know, they show several different models of different thought processes. I don't even think anyone.
Oh, they're going to get into this? All right.
No, it doesn't really. That's not what this video is about. It doesn't really get into it, but it does show, you know, there's this thought process, there's this thought process, there's this thought. What they're trying to get in, what they're showing is just the natural sky that we observe as we see all those things turn. They're depicting that on this Leonardo da Vinci drawing here and showing how all of this relates to mankind and how ancient people used to view stars, and, you know, the time scales that they had in correlation to the sky, and how, you know, month, or what we understand month is because from originally month, because all the cultures used to follow the moon for their months. And so that's where we get month from. It's actually month. It's you know, it's just a you know, the word changed a little over time or whatever. But it's just, you know, when I'm looking at these ancient coins and seeing, like the one I used for the thumbnail of this video has a star in the center of the coin. And that star was representing the Minotaur, which is on the front of the coin. The front of the coin shows the Minotaur, which is a bull for a man running, and he's got a bull head, and that was the Minotaur. And on the back it has a maze. And in the very center of the maze is this star, which represented the Minotaur, which was like a spirit or a demon or a bad angel, or however you want to view that. And in the myth, and that's on a coin that goes back to Knossos, which is an ancient Greek city. And so that myth was kind of pre, I guess you would say, biblical, but it's still interesting from in many of the ancient coins. It will show stars. It will show how, like on this particular ancient coin, it shows the Minotaur on the front, and on the reverse it shows this maze with a star in the center of it, as if it's a spirit. So, you know, there's always been a kind of a correlation with the Greeks that there was a connection between stars and people. And this, you know, they had lots of different gods that are on their coins, but they also, though, there was always usually a star that was in connection with that god. And oftentimes even there would be a human that was born in connection with the stars. And in fact, of course, in our Bible, if you were, you know, grew up with the Bible as I did, one of the famous stories that, you know, we read for Christmas is how, you know, there was some wise men who looked up in the sky and from the stars knew that a king had been born. They packed up their camels and rode off and took gifts of gold and you know, money and these other gifts because of a star, and knowing that, you know, by seeing this star they knew what time it was, and that, like, so there was an understanding there.
It was an ancient science. You know, these guys had a theory, they had a hypothesis that they turned into a theory that they tested out and validated by being there, being witness, and they put a lot of money on the table to do it. You know, they tested it and they proved it. So obviously there's some kind of an education here for us to be had, something here for us to take seriously, right?
Right. And so it's not about what shape things are, how it's just showing different methods of observation, and just what I'm more focusing on is, you know, we shouldn't be so quick to throw off thousands of years of culture and how they viewed things as if it wasn't smart, because we know through, you know, their buildings, through their coins, through lots of things. I mean, they were very smart, very artistic. You know, these ancient coins with just a little bit of you know, platform can produce a very telling, descriptive, vivid picture that, you know, almost comes to life. And that's amazing, let alone some of their, you know, the other history tied in with it. So yeah, that's not about claiming one way or the other on a thing. That's more about just, you know, look for before, you know, for thousands of years, we had these other cultures that viewed things and understood things and were able to build things that we struggle with today. So I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss that they weren't a very smart people. And I just want to look at the correlation. There's, at the end of this video that we'll get into, some amazing video work done on the moon and on the sun, some pictures taken of the sun that are just mind-boggling. But anyway, we'll get back to this model here that he's laying out here.
Scroll up.
Okay, I'm just unmuting myself so that you can give me instructions. You want me to scroll up to real time? I'm clicking on real time. All right, next.
Now hit play, and you'll see the dragon rotating around the North Pole. Go ahead and turn on the ecliptic too.
Okay.
You can see where the planets are.
Okay, for everybody listening, the ecliptic is an imaginary band above our heads, and it is singled out and given its own name because it is roughly the path of the sun, the moon, and the so-called planets or luminaries. Also, it represents where the zodiacal, the 12, or depending who you are, 13 zodiacal signs would pass. Go ahead, Ian.
Maybe hand it over to me. Let me present, and I can toggle this a little better.
Okay,
Yeah,
so on your end, open up a tab, and then you're gonna click to request screen sharing.
Notice
So I'll
he
just
said
keep it up on the
13,
screen
not
while we're
12.
waiting for you, and then I'll grant you access once you select it.
Okay.
Do you see where to? Okay, you got it. Here we go.
Are you a programmer by trade, Ian?
No, this is well, we had our conversation about a year ago to have this discussion, and only about two and a half months ago, I got the wild idea to maybe AI can code this for me. So yeah, the one good use for AI I've found.
Well, it's going to put a lot of people out of business the longer it's around, because it can write code.
Yes, it can. Okay, so I like to turn this down a little bit so you can see, and we'll highlight the ecliptic and the square in the Vitruvian Man, the center of the circle and the center of the square. Now I've put grids on here you're going to want to see later as we start rotating things. It'll make it easier to see, but right now it's more clutter.
Can we start on a basic here? Can you quickly describe to people why the Vitruvian Man matters and why it's basically the foundation for everything you're building on?
Well, it wasn't until I was halfway into coding this and I ran across somebody else had basically made the overlay on this for what I'm building now. So if we turn on, all right, let me back up. The heaven and earth, the squaring of the circle, heaven is represented by the circle, and the square represents earth. So the temporal physical world.
Being brought together, and in this case, through the form of a man.
Correct.
Made in the image of the Creator.
Absolutely. Know thyself, know the measure of the universe. So our tropical system, that's the Tropic of Cancer, tangent to the inside of the square. And the Tropic of Capricorn is tangent to the outside of the square.
Wow.
While they are both tangent to the ecliptic. So if we turn on the planets, we start them playing, you can see that they rotate or orbit counterclockwise, right?
Yes.
Now, if we turn on the real-time sky, how it's actually rotating around the North Pole, that's what's happening. And because it's tricky to look at a circle rotating. So those dots in the middle are very helpful to see what's going on. Now, this is just the daily, this is obviously this whole sky goes around once in 24 hours. So this is all sped up. Everything's on a slider, so you can play with the speeds, excuse me, so you can see what's going on. And this is actually the real-time sky if you were facing south. So that's what the constellations you would.
So yeah, right now it's showing you just what the constellations would look like from the plane that we would view. And we look up, this is what it would look like. There's your horizon, and there's the constellations going over top of you. What they're trying to infer, they are talking about different ideas for the sky clock is what they're calling it. And it's just that for thousands of years, and including in the Bible, it says that the sun and the moon and the stars were made for the times, seasons, days, years.
Signs, and seasons. Signs, seasons, and yeah, go ahead.
And so that's kind of what they're trying to do is show these different methods and align it with time scales and show that the way these ancients were viewing the stars as a clock, showing them that as we go through time, certain things were playing out, and that they were watching the stars as a clock in order to know what was happening.
And they also did not make the same distinguishment between that celestial and that terrestrial being. You know, they didn't draw this line in between it. You know, that they were one and the same, and this is why you see them diagram over a human body to explain a star system. You know, and this correlation in between them, and how, you know, they merge, and they, that we can learn from the micro. We can learn the macro from the micro, and vice versa.
Right.
And so, hey, Lev, good to see you. Sorry.
Nope. All right. We're
You
gonna go.
guys got any questions real quick about this? Like, you guys feeling lost about what they're...
Yeah, and it'll be once, like, it takes a minute, but you'll see what they're getting at, and it's not, and the reason I'm playing this is not to come out to like a conclusion of, oh, I think this or that. It's more just, these are just thoughts to ponder that I think are amazing, that when we look up at our stars, you know, the North Star, you go outside, it's been in the same place from get-go. And you know, you go out and you look at these stars and constellations, and you know, I have never spent that much time looking. I'm always amazed by them and beautiful. I grew up on a ranch in Montana, and you go outside, there's no lights around forever, and you look up at this, they're so bright, the stars, and so beautiful. But I never understood that the ancients understood them so well. And you know, it's talked a little bit about it in the Bible, but I never made all the correlations until I've been looking at these ancient coins, and how, you know, pre the Bible even being a thing, the ancients were viewing, you know, the celestial bodies with some type of spiritual connection with mankind. And so I just find it all fascinating, and we're going to touch on a few things as we go here. But it's not a, oh, I got you, or you need to flip your view around. We're just pondering things. It's not a big deal.
This is good stuff. We see repeats of this all the time. Repeats of information, repeats of technology, repeats of understanding. You know,
Yeah,
we saw it here. Now we saw it here look like this. Now we see it here look like this, and now we see it again look like that.
Yeah, and we talk about, you know, like osmium being the most dense element, and the energies that and the vibrations, and gets into this type of thing as well. So it's just kind of a thought puller, or, you know, making you think, something like that, I guess.
What they would look like.
So the horizon is just above the S for south.
Correct. You're facing south. It's rising in the east, setting in the west, and that's right there. I'll pause it where Scorpio. Scorpio's pretty recognizable. That's what it actually looks like in the sky.
One of the few that matches its name to some degree.
Right. So that's this perspective. We turn off the horizon.
Do you find any linkage between the constellation Scorpio and the phallus, which ends up being the North Pole terrestrially?
Well, there's your dragon right here. This is the serpent. They're all related. And if we turn on Bollinger, let me get him out of the way. Let me turn those off too. If we see Bollinger, this is what I was having such a problem with earlier, is that this map isn't exactly scaled properly. It's not the right circle, etc. But you can see all of the serpents. I should count them. There's the Draco in the middle. There's serpents on the end. Ophiuchus is fighting a serpent.
Holding up.
Of course, you got the scorpion, the sea monster, Cetus.
A whale sometimes.
Mm-hmm. These are all essentially, I won't say interchangeable, but they all do represent some form of that serpent. So let's see, where are we at? Oh, we can do the procession.
Where are we at?
Let me turn on the equator.
So we should describe to folks before you go on this so people know what precession is.
Okay.
You want me to do it?
Sure.
Do it.
All right. So you've seen how the rotation, how the luminaries or planets are going counterclockwise while the sky above it is going clockwise. Precession is a very important idea. For me personally, I don't accept the scientific reason given for precession. That reason is something hit us or something perturbed the rotation of the globe around Earth and it wobbles like a top. That's the scientific explanation. I don't accept it. It is my point of view that precession is simply built into the sky clock. For those who are asking what the sky clock is, it's basically all the luminaries, sun and moon above our head. It is the only way we really have to reckon time in any meaningful way. The reason I made up sky clock is because if I say astronomy, all the astrology people shut the door. If I say astrology, all the astronomy.
So Howie just said it's our only real way of setting or keeping any time. And on an ancient coin that I just bought, I'll pull out some of my ancient coins and show you guys, but in one of them I just bought, it's a rare ancient from that town and that leader because it doesn't have a date on it, but it's one of the early coins that was before they started dating. They were trying to date about the same time as the Romans were making the Gregorian calendar. They were redoing the calendar during their reign, the Romans. But this guy who has this ancient coin, Nicomedes, he in his area of reign, which is close to Turkey, was trying to set up a calendar and we're actually put dates on his coins. But he didn't get dates on his coins till the following issue after the one that I have. So the one I have is a bit more rare and sought after because it's pre-date. But it's interesting to look back at those coins and know that they were viewing the stars. And both the Romans were trying to set up a new calendar. The Jews, they had their calendar, and it was by the month. And most things were by the month or month, because this is how these cultures got their times and their calendars, and because they were watching the heavens, and that's how they were clocking things. And
well, historically, you look back, and a lot of the recordings are recorded just like that. They're recording, during, under this sign, under this planet, under, during this moon,
right,
this moon,
yeah,
this king ruled, and they
right.
go kada kada kada, day, month, year,
Yep.
but they instead of Monday the 27th, it was a Virgo, it was Saturn under Virgo or something.
Right, yeah, yep.
Yeah, and so it's really cool to see like that the evolution of our timekeeping too.
Yes,
It is a whole nother rabbit hole in itself, but yeah.
Yep. Watches, clocks, yeah, no doubt. And how they used to view things without that. And yeah, Frisky, I'm kind of the same way. That's we're and same, I'm in your shoes too, Stu. Like, this is all amazing information and not coming up to any conclusion. I'm just saying, wow, look at like putting some of these together and thinking about them and how they must have viewed it and might have viewed it. And it's very, very thought-provoking.
Know your opponent's argument better than him, and then make your decision. Then make your decision. When you know it better than him, then you can make your decision. That's a good time.
Sure.
People shut the door. Mm-hmm. So I use the word sky clock to hopefully get all factions to consider getting back to precession. Over every 24 or 2,600 years, it varies depending on what you read or who you talk to. a constellation slips backwards 1 degree every, I think it's 72 years or something like that. And this is supposedly what gives us our ages. In other words, the way that it's handed to us is Aries is a 30-degree constellation. With precession, every 72 years, it falls backwards 1 degree. Over a certain period of time, all 30 of those degrees have fallen. So the sun then rises in a different sign on the spring equinox. So in other words, if that happened, we would quit being in the sign of Aries, which is usually the first one, or cited to be the first, represents the head of a man. We would slide back into Pisces, which represents the feet of a man, and is also why I asked if Scorpio is related to the male phallus, because in that reckoning from the old times, Scorpio is the genitals. So there's all that, Ian.
Yes, sir. And maybe we should back up to show, because I built the tropical system out with the signs and the seasons.
Oh, cool.
And even because the whole thing's going around every day, but the sun's only moving 1 degree every day, more or less.
Hence the sky clock. You see what I'm getting at here, folks? The sun is very critical to our reckoning of time, and so is the moon, but we've forgotten that. In a sensible society, we would have a solar calendar for the year, and we would have a lunar calendar for the month, or month, as it once was reckoned.
Mm-hmm. So it takes the sun 30 days roughly to get through one of these so-called tropical signs. But what's really happening is more something like this. So the sun's burning a ring around the sky as it transits that piece of the ecliptic. It's getting closer to the North Pole or the Tropic of Cancer, and then
So it
turns around and goes closer to the Tropic of Capricorn. Does this make sense? The band. Yeah. Okay, so we can slow that back down so it's not hurting our eyes. All right, and then we can go to the precession.
That's right, Stu.
Because we are.
Well, it's not the same.
Aries is the first month of the year.
Stu, here, sorry, Stu. So round Earth and flat Earth share a wobble. I'd say like yes to your question on the surface, and then no otherwise. So the position that they're stating is that the plane would be a stable reference point. So therefore it would be solely the sky kind of doing like a bobbling effect, but it's kind of going like do 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 do, you know. So what it's georeferencing, you know, if it's not the sky doing it, then it's us. It's like either or, but it's I don't know.
Right.
So, did that answer your question?
Because that is the path.
Oops, sorry.
No, it was just, did that answer your question was what I was asking.
Right. All right, should I go on, Wally?
Yeah, anytime. I just wanted to respond.
Yep.
Passover of the sun passing over the equator.
And it also speaks to the false first of the year that apparently the Romans, whoever did it, put us in January. That's psychological operations, just so you know. Aries is the first sign because it happened in spring, the first year of the month when everything renews. We even have evidence left in the saying April Fools. The reason we have that is because when they were trying to change it from the correct first of the year in March, some people refused to do it, and they were still celebrating the New Year's come April 1, and they called those people derisively April Fools, just so people recognize where the first of the year should be. It should be in or about the spring equinox. Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah. Yes, that's biblical too. All the major events happen in Aries. The Passover, the crucifixion, all of these things happen in Aries.
Right.
So
And you can often tell in scripture, whenever Jesus says, verily, verily, the Masons tipped the hat on this. And I learned it through the Devil's Pulpit, a man who decoded the Masonic encoding. When Jesus says, verily, verily, he's in the spring. He's at the spring equinox. Verily being a word which relates to vernal, but what it basically means is it's an affirmative, positive yes. The idea being, as sure as the sun will come up tomorrow at the exact second it should be. In other words, you can count on it. And that's what's represented in the scripture when Jesus says, verily, verily, at the spring equinox.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so in precession mode, we snap to the standard astrology Aries at 9 o'clock. This is Pisces. That's where we're actually at right now, precessionally speaking. And if we hit the play button, then we get to watch from the navel, right?
Suda.
From the navel, we get to watch the heaven process through the season, through the Aries point. And at any point, we can click back to real time, and now we can see what the sky looked like when the spring equinox was in Sagittarius. So now summer.
When was the spring equinox in Sagittarius? That would be a long, long time ago.
Yeah, we'll get there. Well, I don't know exactly, but and I'm still working on the Yuga part.
These guys are offering a predictive clock.
Yeah, the Yuga mode isn't exactly what I want yet, but it's close.
I'm glad you included it. That is critical. What specifically Yogananda wrote about in his book about his teacher, Yukteswar.
That looks like a watch motion.
He was tasked with writing a book to show that the key.
Well, that's where we get our clock from. I mean,
naturally, yeah, but it's just a beautiful clock. It really is. It's a gorgeous clock. Like, I'd love to wear that on my wrist.
And the way they're matching it up on the man is pretty cool too, because that's kind of one of the things they're saying is that and biblically speaking, everything is related to this is built around man. So that's interesting too.
Spiritual elements in the Indian Hindu traditions they followed match directly with the New Testament teaching of Jesus. So he wrote a book to show that. And anyone who's interested in such things, I would recommend read it. It's called The Holy Science, I think. But the first 11 or 12 pages of that book is used to make corrections to the Yuga cycle, because Sri Yukteswar claimed that when the numbers were rendered, they were mistaken because we were in a dark age and people had not woken up enough to get it right. So it's an interesting book. And if you're into Christian scripture,
can you pause
you should also read Yogananda's book, Diary.
I got a question. I think it's a reasonable question to ask in this moment.
Shoot.
When we're looking at this, like, are they correct? Are others correct? Like, who's correct? All right. Suppose we wouldn't know either way, okay? Suppose we don't ever get to figure it out either way, for sure, okay? And there will always be a debate. Is it really so, like, if this has the predictive capacity, if it has the ability to explain historically and show itself historically, if it has the predictive capacity, this mechanical feature, of sequence, right? Then even if they were wrong about it, even if they were, not saying they are or not, okay, but even if they were, that doesn't automatically disqualify the tool in itself, the explanatory capacity of this tool itself. Like, we still have to deal with this, like, which means, like, their ability to show a tool like this shows that like, look, there is truth to be held here. Otherwise it wouldn't hold together. You see?
Well, no, I mean for the what am I saying? Yeah, no, I mean it's for sure the ancients used the stars and sky as a clock, and they made their calendars off. I mean, they were using the sky as instruments for very many of their areas of understanding and how they got through life, and they navigated on the ocean, um, and how, like, again, how the whole story of the Jesus being born, and they know that star was gonna meant that there was a king being born, and that they followed that to it. Like, to know that and to be able to know it enough to saddle your camel and ride to go find where, and know that that's a new king being, like, that's another level of understanding that reality that we are not at, but that they obviously did. I mean, that's not even, and whether, maybe outside of the Bible, there's beliefs on these things too, but even biblically speaking, I mean, that's a huge part of the narrative of the New Testament. So, whether everything was exactly right or not, I don't know. And again, I'm not viewing this video as if to judge whether someone's right or wrong. It's just look at some of the possibilities and the thought processes that are taking place in our reality, that they didn't have computers and all this stuff to think about, but they were able to look at the skies and know some of this stuff, is just like, wow.
Well, this was the first computer, wasn't it?
Well, and I think everything that is in existence has been in existence, and like I've been saying, with sensing things and a spiritual reality, or a reality in the ether, or what have you, it's it's possible. I mean, there's a connection there that can be made, just like a radio wave. You can't see it, but you can turn it on and tune it in, and then turn the knob a little bit and get another station and get the full song, the hi-hats, the snare drum, the bass, the voice, all coming in crystal clear, but you can't see that. But all of these like that, so our brains can be being read. I think I can sense things, and so like the thought that thinking to ourselves might not be talking to God, or that God can't communicate with you, or the realm, or the ether, or whatever you want to, consciousness can't speak. Like, there's more here than meets the eye, than just was brought up to believe, in the way, my reality has been framed. There's so much more to be gleaned here than I have pondered anyway. So yeah, for me, I'm not trying to point out who's right or wrong. It's just more like, wow, think about how all this can be related, in the I don't know, it's mind blowing for me.
Yep, you can't see right. I like that, Frisk.
No doubt, right? Yeah, like, isn't that, to me, that's just such an amazing invention, and how our TV started out, and now how we have Wi-Fi and 5G, like, but that stuff was always here, and you think just now that we're capturing it and harnessing it doesn't mean that we're the first to ever, I mean, it's already here.
Us, doesn't it?
That's kind of the thing, is I don't know, I find it interesting to think about anyway. So
all right, yeah, let's pile on.
Of a yogi.
Mm-hmm. Then we can move on to I wouldn't mess with the tropical. Why is that still on? So now we have, okay, so this is where we're at. Actually, let me do here first. Now I've gotten some drift. Okay, so wow, that's way off. I don't know what happened. Anyway. Okay, so we've just come out of the Iron Age, or we're about here.
Is this based on Sri Yukteswar's reckoning?
Well, it's yes. Yeah, the before him, this would have been 432,000 years or something, right?
Millions, way bigger numbers.
Oh, that's right. This one's 432,000.
Yeah.
Just the Iron Age. Yeah. Yeah. So that one, there's another center. There's a galactic center that might have those numbers that have been somebody put onto the processional numbers. That's my guess. Because there is a third center of the sky. And
well, in his rendering, there's a binary sun.
Yeah, I can't get into that side of it, but there's at least a quote unquote center of the galaxy that might also be a bigger cycle that I'm not taking into account here. This is just the precession of the equinox with our sun.
So the ideas that you've incorporated here for everybody listening, it's called the Yuga cycles. It comes from one of the oldest cultures that I'm aware of in India, and the reckoning, word of mouth and otherwise, that's been handed forward. It's where we get the idea of a golden age, a silver age, and it's where we get the current idea that we are coming out of the lowest age, which is iron, which would speak to all the negative things and wars and treating each other poorly and racism and every other kind of ism that gets people to treat each other and animals poorly. Having come out of that, the idea is we're no longer descending on the right side of that image you're looking at. On the right side, you are falling down. On the left side, you are going up. So if the reckonings that are currently being accepted, we have just left the Iron Age and we are entering the ascending Bronze Age.
Mm-hmm. Well, isn't that fascinating, B?
We're on the upward swing now. So worlds like we know now should become extinct as we move forward. In this way of thinking, I should add.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
so that's
basically
it. I can't quite make this mode drag around the whole tropical system because it's technical. I guess doesn't matter. But
I think you could get it. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying the grid is what the tropical system is built on, and it's being drug around, and the north celestial pole at any given time. Now we're going to be rotating from here, just like the precession. I don't know if this will work now. Yeah. So we have a new North Pole. Does that make sense?
And what is that representational of?
This is the North Celestial Pole. So this is the pole star.
Okay.
And that's the ecliptic center. This will always be the North Celestial Pole. Doesn't change. The stars behind it change, just like the stars behind the sun change.
I think somebody did reproduce it, Frisk.
I know one thing that I have found fascinating for a long time that's really made me think is that the North Star has been the North Star and the guiding star for all of written history. And I don't know. I mean, those stars are still there.
Man, I've had some thoughts behind that, struggled with some of the geometry. But the thought that really comes to mind, the most challenging thought for me, is the stability of the star systems, right? This, whenever I'm considering this type of thought, is if we really are bumping and moving around, because look, we're not just space. Like some would say, oh well, space just stretches, like the balloon filling up thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they say, yeah, we're moving, right? But there's also the fact that's projected onto us that, oh no, these galaxies are actually additionally not only a space shifting itself, but that these planets and star systems and galaxies are in fact moving in with, you know, on trajectories. You know, they have velocity, they have, you know, they like a shooting bullet, right? And if that's the case,
Right,
then it
yeah.
seems like the stars would be a terrible measurement system. You know, of time.
Right.
This is all trying.
Yeah, I don't know. That's definitely interesting to think about and think differently. 3,000. That's one thing I haven't looked into, but that's interesting to hear you say that because I think I've seen clips of, you know, things pertaining to that, but I didn't realize that it was a Greek astronomy type of a thing. So I'll have to look into that now.
It was a lot. It did a lot of what they're doing right here in the computer model, just through gearing. I know they went down and like at least blueprinted it. I don't know if somebody's actually assembled one, but I want to say they've done something like unto it. So
trying to show.
Okay.
That so we're processing out here, but also in there is processing. It's hard to see without. All right. So no matter what happens, when we process, because it's rotating from the center of Draco, no matter what happens, when we go to the daily rotation, that dragon's always circling us. So this is the mythology of the dragon protecting the gold under the mountain, all that stuff. It's all right here. The gold inside, of course, you have to overcome. If you'll notice, his pubes are not normal. They're quite literally fire. That's not accidental. That is your scorpion, which
is associated with the genitals in the old
right here.
Yeah, the occult renderings.
Yes, absolutely.
So this is just to make the fine point, this is in a way, not one-to-one, but as above, so below, but it's more the microcosm marrying the macrocosm or marrying earth and heaven kind of idea.
It's I would say it like this, that man is the bridge between heaven and earth. There you go. Yeah, he is.
Good way to say it.
Well, that's Marty Leeds, the rainbow bridge that connects heaven and earth.
See, the man is the connection, and see, the Greeks had an understanding where they were making that connection, and in my mind, they understood that, you know, their hierarchy of, you know, an angel being a star and a, you know, like they had a view of that connection being a reality. And so for them putting, you know, like, because most of my ancient coins that I have depict a god on one side and oftentimes showing how they're crowning the person that's reigning and doing it in some cool picturesque way, but saying, I have, you know, made this person to be in power. And they without, I mean, I don't think any would argue that they had a connection, that the spiritual realm connected to their realm. So I don't know. I find that fascinating.
Our chakras are the rainbow. Right here, we are literally looking at the dimensions of man that project directly onto the macrocosm. It's built literally off of those dimensions. So it's kind of hard to argue, I guess.
It is what it is. What was the impetus? What did you set out to achieve when you started to do this? What were your goals your main goal or your goals?
It's so hard to have a conversation. For starters, not too many people are into this enough that you can talk. You have to explain so much. And then even if they are, trying to explain how things move and the relationships is almost impossible. It's difficult.
Yeah.
So in order to show, that's really all it is just to show what is going on, how they relate.
So do you
Yeah,
accept
people gotta
the
want
idea
to know,
that
don't
we
they?
have left?
What's up?
People really do have to want to know. Otherwise, they're not going to be willing to take the time. These aren't something that can. These aren't concepts that can be covered in 30 seconds or a 2-minute TikTok.
Right.
You know?
And that's what's cool about the ancients. They watched this as groups of people every night and conferred back and forth with each other. Some of the earliest collection of written historical archives that we have is like the Greeks talking to the Ecumenids and comparing notes on stars and times and skies and things that are happening. I mean, that was some of their, like, you know, some of their most important messaging between each other was that. So, yeah, I mean, they studied it on a daily, nightly basis, and it had real effect. So,
Well, what's more, and one last thing to this effect, is that when people used to have this dialogue and this education, it came directly from people, from conversations. These people would go to city centers, and these conversations could take days, weeks, or more. They could be debated in senates. You know, philosophical ideas were so important that they held senate to discuss legitimacy of logic and you know, say, is this fallacy or not, you know? And we don't really have that in our culture anymore, do we? You know, sit down, shut up, learn something, and when you learn what the guy's position it is, then you can address it, you know, but you got to
no,
to address it.
we have plenty of sit down and shut up. I don't know about the learning part, but
Hey, come on now. I'm working something here.
I'm joking. All right, cool. Let's continue on if you're ready.
Behind the descending Iron Age, well, I guess it would have been the ascending Iron Age at some point.
Mhm.
But do you accept that we are switching into a new age or era now?
As far as the Yuga cycles, yes, I do.
So do I. I don't think all of it's 100% public, and I think it's maybe meant to be that way, but we're slowly learning more, and I think it should be common sense that in the age of AI, where things are being said that no one would allow to be said online not too long ago when censorship reached its peak, we also, like the episode we're doing tomorrow on remote viewing, and there's getting to be more and more people who have these abilities. Very hard to hide the truth under a situation like we're coming into here.
Yeah, it's all, well, that's probably a good segue. I don't know if you got to look at this, but I built a page 2.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, it's a hidden little gem.
I didn't even see that. Yeah, cool.
But this is based on the Fourth Turning generational, the book. What are their names? Hal and your audience is definitely familiar. So basically, it's just an interactive.
Oh wow!
These guys
so
have put some serious work in.
Yeah, it goes linear. It goes up. These are the archetypes on the left or on the right, going through childhood, young adult, middle age.
Look at
elder.
that.
As well as era based,
Right.
So it's micro and macro.
It is. I got
That is fascinating as
the
fuck.
seculum written out down here. Crisis high.
Yeah, he says it's not exactly on scale.
All based
but yeah, it's
on.
pretty cool.
Okay, let me start over with this. The book is vague. Nobody knows what generation, when it starts, when it ends. Well, I'm here to tell you that is set by the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction every 20 years, give or take.
That would make sense. Big things happen every time that happens.
Every time. So
we got 9/11, we got COVID.
Yeah, these are Well, we got bigger stuff than that.
Yeah, you go back, it's always something.
You go back. This is my notes that I'm using as a placeholder until I can get real stuff in there. But you got the Glorious Revolution back here, in what was that, 1700?
So that's the French Revolution right in there somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the next one, the American Revolution. I think the French is more tied to that one, right? In late 1700s, 80 years.
Where does the Civil War hit? Because that's a massive one in terms of, you know, reshuffling the chessboard. Yeah,
Right here. 1861.
Cool.
Another crisis. We turned those off.
You put a lot of thought into this.
It took me a minute. Up here we have the conjunction by element. So we were in fire. The country was born as we're transitioning into earth. We've been in earth for 200 years, and now we're transitioning into air. So I'm very optimistic. It's
Is that based on tropical, sidereal?
that is tropical, yes.
Okay, so people using sidereal would do an offset by, I think, what, one sign? One sign backwards, I guess. If you were looking at Libra, you would be looking at Virgo.
Yeah, that's right down here. You can see that.
Yep.
And you turn that off. You turn on other planets.
You know, this
I'm
is
still
how
working
they're
out
probably
the
doing
details, and some of this
It's
code
like
is a little bit more challenging than I was expecting. But
What's up?
You know, you like to defer to, you know, the wise men marching out, you know, on the star, you know, like, granted, that was one specific star, but it really does reflect on how they did things back then. And, you know, this is very representative of how it can be accomplished. You know, this could be how at their time, you know, they're looking and they're saying, like, look, this is a functional, logical, predictable system, you know?
Yes, and even the Bible. Now, and the very reason why, you know, I was brought up not to pay attention to the stars. Don't look into the stars. That's you know, because it talks about that in the Bible. But honestly, when you look at that, you know, God is getting after, you know, putting all of your trust in man's understanding and looking at the creation and worshiping the creation instead of the creator. Many times that's pointed out in the Bible. But what's interesting is that it actually addresses it as them looking into it as they were looking into it. Like, you know, they were looking at it as a clock, and that's how he addresses it, as like, you know, you're looking at that, you know, not saying that they're looking at it wrongly, but that they understand it fully, you know, which obviously is where we might be lacking. But
Yeah.
he's even pointing out that they're looking at it, you know, in the way that we think that they were looking at it, you know.
To answer towards Frisk here, you know, is it supposed to predict the future or the past? Is it an astrological clock? And the answer is like, yes. Like it was really kind of like how I'm viewing this is it was really kind of all of it, you know, and this was like the key to this, that none of this, no experience that we do experience was an isolated experience from another, meaning none of these things carry on as individual occurrences. Rather, they are interdependent one upon another. And so as they're wheeling through this time or this clock or this astrological occurrence, okay, they're reflecting on these anecdotal incidences of events where they have then witnessed these significant occurrences at the same occurrence of passage of star chart, right? And
right, and that's
knowledge is built one upon the other, you know, and it is quite circular and interdependent. So,
well, and I think the way that, like, see, because there's a satanic, often is the way it was presented to me, or a witchcraft way of thinking, where they talk about as above, so below. But see, anything that's real in ways is where anything would get its power from. Like, reality is reality, and like we were talking about, things that exist without us seeing them, radio waves and this and that. I think that's what the Greeks were seeing was, look, this, they were looking at the stars and those clocks and realizing, okay, this event is happening, and that's correlating with what's playing out here on the ground. So that's how they were able to put these things together somewhat. And the same way with, suddenly you're reading along in the Bible, and suddenly, and these wise men see a star, and they get on their camels and take gold and silver to proclaim the guy king who's being born. It's like, where did that come from? Well, to us that sounds crazy, but when you put all of the other thought process into it, and how the Greeks were viewing, it was just kind of natural then to have an understanding of the star being a clock proclaiming things that are happening above and below, and that's that spiritual connection that I'm talking about going on. So, nowadays we seem to put off the spiritual reality, or the ethereal, where there's this, some people call it conscious, like there, whatever, however you want to approach that, it's part of our reality. And I think they knew that at that time much more. What be right or wrong, they acknowledged it, to where a lot of our society now just completely unacknowledges it when it's actually a reality in some way. What way, that can be debated, but
well, yeah, suppose their conclusion is wrong, like their conclusion is wrong. Along the way, their framing of it is useful for the understanding of it at the present. The same way atoms went from globs to little circulating planets to clouds to waveform or whatever, like our framing, our viewing, our framing of it in the mind, our capturing of it in the mind, and how we personify information, that's going to vary, but truth doesn't. And so whenever you got systems hitting recognizable and predictable results, at the end of the day, there's some truth here to be dealt with. Whether the conclusions, the framework, it's all
right.
It's all money, right?
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm getting at with this video, is not the conclusions. It's more that, look, we don't have our foundation right as is, so it shouldn't be so scoffed at to ponder some of these things, and just give it a ponder, because what we have right now isn't necessarily all laid out as right. So
no.
So yeah, all right. So
but it is laid out, isn't it?
Well, in ways, but there's so many holes that, like in our reality, in our modern looking at our culture, at our government, the amount of festering lies and grossness and chaos and problems that are festering because of not handling it in a right way and letting evil be good, and that it shows that we're off somewhere in some things. And another thing that has been coming out a lot lately is being too judgmental and cutting people off and not being forgiving and trying to be more understanding, and I think that there's growth to be had all the way around. I know with me, I'm very, have a lot to learn. All right, continuing on.
It's a start, and I think there's promise here.
I bet you could get, I don't use it, but I'll bet you could get the AI to re-render your Bollinger Sky for you to be appropriate.
That's a Good idea.
Well, if you're using the same tool to do this, it would even have context.
What do you mean?
So it would be aware of what you've been doing and what you're building. So it would be that much easier to remove the foibles or errors and actually make it fit what you've done. I'm talking about the spacing and orientation and all that.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I'm trying to get it to read an actual like ephemeris engine and auto populate, but I'm not there yet. I've just got the skeleton working.
Are you going to open source this, or?
I don't know what the future of this is. I would like to get this out. I mean, I think anybody that's read that book would appreciate this visual.
Which book specifically?
The Fourth Turning.
Okay. A lot of people have read that book.
Yeah, The Fourth Turning, An American Prophecy, William Strauss and Neil Howe. What the cycles of history tell us about America's next rendezvous with destiny. That was 97, I think. And I read that right at the beginning of COVID, that summer of 2020, and my jaw was on the floor. And then shortly thereafter, it occurred to me that this is actually a SkyClock issue. And so here we are.
So based on all the thinking you had to do and observation and actually tooling this to get it to where you are now, what are your views on, say, now to 2030? Do you feel like the dark shadows are standing on a banana peel, or do you think they're lighting rocket sauce?
I think good will prevail, no question. My concern is how many of us are going to be on the other side, because there's a lot of evil got put in people. 2020, a couple of years there.
That's a fact. We lost a lot of people, and we were losing a lot of people. This is one of the, well, hands down, the most sick and unhealthy era that I've ever witnessed.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm with you. I don't think they stand a chance. And I almost say something damn similar to what you did. They're going to fail, and it's going to be spectacular. But how many people will remain to see that point?
Yeah, we've been here for a long time. I don't think we're going anywhere soon, and unless Jesus comes back and wraps it all up, which who knows that. There's an argument to be made for that too.
A lot of people do, and I'm with you in my own way. I don't follow any club, religion, or gathering, but this place we exist is not somebody's plaything, and I think that will get reckoned.
Absolutely. I think that's about it for the presentation, the tutorial, however you want to say it. There's the website is there. Feel free. I'll be making improvements, trying to get some things fixed and look a little better, but it's there. Feel free.
Well, keep us abreast and let us know what you're doing. What are your plans to further what you've got going here? Do you have an immediate list in hand of things you're going to implement?
The big one is it's just little tweaks. Like some of these aren't quite lined up the way I wanted, and then getting this actually pinned down and accurate, because it's not actually real at this point. It's kind of manual. And then I don't know, maybe some I don't know. To be perfectly honest, I have no idea. It's a new year. We'll see where it goes.
It is indeed a new year, and from what I've been told, it is going to be a rapid year of change.
Yes, April and July, are definitely on the radar.
It will not surprise me if Independence Day takes on a new flavor this year.
Mm-hmm.
But anyhow, you still with us, Rose?
Yeah, there was just one question that I saved that while Ian's here, I don't know if it would be useful, but it was something about asking the question about, can the great sign be used to backtrack the legitimate timeline?
Say that again. Can the great sign? What does that mean?
Yeah, that was all I got. So if it's
Does he talk? Maybe he's talking about the Grand Conjunction. Maybe he's talking about Saturn and Jupiter. Who was it? If someone's in the chat that asked that question, can you clarify?
Yeah, maybe if they're still listening, they'll type it out again. But it was a while ago, so I don't know if they're still here. I put your screen back on because I saw you put up the chart of the yugas, Ian. Is there anything you wanted to add about that?
Right. Well, just that it's there. I've lined it up best I can without messing up the other stuff. But if we just make the sun go, that's where it would be. Where's my planet? There we go. So
and also you said that it was tropical, but right here you're showing the constellations where the stars actually are, which would be a sidereal idea. So
well, where the sun is in this image is the spring equinox. That is what's moving. The whole tropical system. That's the reason for the different perspectives. We fix the sun and watch the sky process through it, or we fix the sky and watch the sun process through it. But the sun, in both precession and yuga mode, that is the first day of spring. That is the crossing of the equator right there. That moves around the entire ecliptic.
Do you have a point of view of how the era or age should be measured? That's another thing that I think has been obscured. We've had people on like Dylan Sicosio, who's a big thinker like you. I mean, he's a big thinker.
Yeah.
And he's got opinions and learning to back up his ideas. The typical one you hear is that at the spring equinox, when the sun rises, it's the constellation behind it. Do you have any further ideas on that?
No, I haven't done any of that observation or attempts to even. I take where they put us more or less in that ending of Pisces. That's okay for me. We're talking 1 degree every 72 years. So my lifetime wouldn't be even arguable to make the adjustment on the ecliptic, right?
Well,
so
although I would point out, you're not going anywhere. You're just changing costumes.
Fair enough.
Were you wanting to say something, Space Miner?
Yeah. They're pointing to that 72-year difference. And, coincidentally, that's about, what's offered roughly as a generation in the Bible frequently is, about 70 years, maybe a little bit more,
Right.
Yeah. And so I just thought that was kind of an interesting arrangement, that just happened to pop up right there.
Matching cycle. Sure.
Yeah, and I was wanting to reflect also on this timing event. One thing I want to be aware of, I think we should be aware of, is that we always have this notion that things have always been moving at exactly the same speed. They can still maintain their cycles and increase and decrease in speed, and we would have no way of knowing because we have no unit of measurement against it, other than, like wavelengths of cesium atoms as an example. But if the wavelength of a cesium atom ever fluctuated in any regard, then how would you ever know? The more reductionary you get, of course, the more your rubber band ruler effect takes place. But the point is that a lot of these fluctuations can be accounted for, should be accounted for, especially if you're like an ultra firm Bible believer, right? Because an ultra firm Bible believer knows of at least one correction that needs to be made, like right away, And that's when the sun was held up for the war, what's held in place for the war. In this model, that would demand, in no matter what model it is, it demands a correction on the universe,
Yeah, yeah, putting right.
and these are times that we don't factor.
Sure. Yeah, no, in no way does it bring you down to the day or the hour like that. That stuff still stands true. It's just
Mm-hmm.
these are realities that are realities, and like we're saying, it even matches up biblically speaking. So it doesn't mean again, it's not the conclusion I'm after. It's the that these things are realities that are in play, and looking at them is not a ridiculous thought process.
No, it's not. And to respond to think differently, pardon me, my apologies, is he's talking about, do they use these to do they match them to the events? Do they create the prophecy, or does the prophecy create them? And it's like, in a lot of ways, it kind of doesn't matter, and it kind of is the same thing, because I mean, at the end of the day, it happens, right? And that's just kind of, I think, what's kind of also being pointed at here, what this guy's kind of pointing at here too. No, I had something more for that, but we'll let it go for now.
All right, yeah, and Frisky, about temperature and vibrations. Yeah, that's more where what we're about to come up here shortly, halfway through, is where I started watching, and that gets into the amazing video photography they're getting of the sun and the moon and waves and energy, and that's where this gets really fascinating. I just thought this part was worth watching too, because it's all intertwined and interesting.
I don't think it really matters that much to get twisted around it. I look at it as a bigger, I'm scaling back and looking at the bigger picture, how this all works, and I'm not too concerned about exactly like the degree we're at. It doesn't get my panties in a bunch.
For me, the more over the decades, since I've had a big interest in the sky clock and the occulted information and the constellations and the mythology and the stars and all those things that fascinated me when I was young, I have found so many things that lead me to question. And then by the time I got older and I started getting access to like old Rosicrucian writings and other secret society, and even things like some of the old alchemists, they openly admit the number of things that have intentionally been implemented to prevent people from being able to know the sky clock down to a T, down to a second, basically.
I see, Elisa.
And the last one I bumped into, I mentioned earlier, is where they swear black and white that at a certain point in time, Venus and Mercury, the names, not the planets, the names were reversed. And they don't give a better explanation than that. So you begin thinking, does that mean if you try to logic it through, they make it very clear that it's the names, not the bodies. And so it's vague even there. They swore it happened, but it's not very well defined. And that's just one example out of many. And so I think we have a lot of learning to do, but I'm with you. We are entering an age where the young people coming up are starting to have astonishing abilities. We just interviewed our friend Derek Condit. He can remote view, and we're meeting lots of people with similar or abilities like that. And under these conditions,
young
lives aren't going to fly the way they have in the past decades.
I totally agree.
There's just one more view that I'd like to see, if you don't mind setting it up, which is the three things that I think the average Joe is most familiar with are the two different constellations you have available, the Bullinger, which is the zodiac with the animals, the constellation, the ecliptic, and the planets. And if you can just show how these things are overlaying, I think that helps to visualize what the sky clock is from a more familiar perspective, because I don't think people realize that what we call planets and the sun and the moon are all following this same line in the sky. In fact, there's a lot of people who have never used a telescope or been around one. They don't realize that you can actually see something that we call the Milky Way.
Right. Yeah, I can even see it here in Florida on a nice night, which was surprising. I wasn't expecting that, but let's see, the Milky Way comes from Sagittarius, right here. Yep. Sagittarius over to
so Lisa, hello, how are you? Good to have you. Thanks for being here. We are just kind of reviewing a video that Crrow777, another YouTuber did that I found fascinating. We're getting close to the part where we start looking up close shots and videos of the moon and the sun and talking about them. But right now we're kind of looking at an idea someone's putting out about the time clock, or as in the Bible it's referred to as days, seasons, signs, years, that idea. And they're looking at the signs that that we know in the heavens, and that the zodiac, and it's on a lot of modern coins actually, and they're just showing how all these things interact, and we're just kind of watching it and talking about it as we go. So I'm just cluing you in there. Hey, thanks for hanging out there, Osmium Space. Good to see you're still here. All right, I'm going to continue on a little bit further.
Orion. There's Orion. There's Sirius.
Crow, didn't you have a nice experience in Hawaii once where you saw the sky really clearly?
Yeah, I had two experiences. One of them was here in the wintertime. In Hawaii, I'd been doing scope work with the old scope that I accidentally filmed the first lunar wave with. And we went to Hawaii, and the sky was so dark, I couldn't find constellations because there were too many stars.
Yeah.
And I sat there for like an hour, just finally being able to know where the boundary of Orion was and other things. But the Milky Way and the big rift, it was just unbelievable. I could even see so-called deep space objects that I can't see in San Diego without a telescope. But here, it was one of the winters early on when I'd first come, 16, 17, maybe, I don't remember. But I was in the bulkhead at night, and when I flipped open the bulkhead, it's like almost like an observatory because it closed out the rest of the sky, but there had been no moon for a couple of days at least. It was pitch black, and I actually saw the arc with my naked eye of the sky because I could see the Milky Way, or the Great Rift in the Milky Way, and it was literally arcing over my head, and I'd never seen that before. It always appeared flat to me whenever I saw it.
Right. Yeah, you can't see enough of it. Right. Yeah, Hawaii is a special place, especially for that.
Oh my word. I've been to the deserts, which are supposed to be fantastic, but nothing compared to when I was on Kauai. Nothing even comes close.
I love Kauai. I stayed at the Hyatt once, and I noticed that at nighttime they keep the lights off so that people can enjoy the nighttime sky. And they'll provide flashlights to people who feel like it's dangerous walking around in the dark.
Yeah, they're real
if I lived in Hawaii, you'd have to force
real
me
thing.
because I'd be glued to a telescope.
Yeah. Also, I forgot to mention the Analema, which I haven't got the sun to work properly on yet.
Let's talk about that. That's another fascinating thing. Why don't you give the folks listening a basic on what the Analema is?
Okay, the Analema is, maybe I can find a quick image.
So I can give.
I want to pause it here and address Think Differently 3000's comment here. Global elites have changed history to suit their own interests. Unpacking the truth is a difficult endeavor. And I fully agree. And I'm realizing maybe it might not even, getting everything is going to be impossible for everybody. But what I find interesting is just trying to allow reality to be shown me in real time and accept it instead of just closing my mind to these things, because I have been able to see things that are naturally existing, that have explained things to me in life that I couldn't have found out elsewhere, just letting it happen naturally and realizing that reality is showing this to me, and reality is truth within itself, and kind of, it holds itself up, doesn't need you to prop it up. That's the other thing I've noticed, is there's no need of trying to keep your thought process the way it is, and you're going to slam your hand on the table and this is the way I think. That is just, talk about a wrong way of going about things. So I don't know if we need to be able to unpack everything, but just allowing for reality to be truth in reality right now for when it needs to be and in front of you and in that time, I think will be a very helpful way of approaching these things, and it might kind of right itself in a way. But yeah, just wanted to mention that.
Well, you're getting the image. Here's a basic overview. If you took a camera and pointed it west where the sun's going to set, and every day at noon, exactly on the dot, you took a picture, one still picture of the sun, over the course of a year, it would make the shape that you're seeing at 6 o'clock on your screen now, that figure 8 with the fat bottom and the small top. That is the actual figure that the sun makes in the sky.
Yes. So I've tried to make this where I can show the sun as it tracks the intersection as the ecliptic swings around, but that coding is a little bit hard for AI, I guess. It jumps.
Really?
Yeah, I have not been able to crack that nut. But it's close.
How are you doing it? Just by descriptive input?
Yes, I tell it what I want, and it spits out the code. I tell it that's good or bad.
I'll give you what might help. If I was you, I would tell it to plot the trajectory around the figure 8 based on where the sun is every day at noon for a year. And actually, every 5th or 6th day would probably be more, maybe even every 10th day.
Right. No, I hear you. I think it's more, well, I have a hard time with it. It wants to keep giving me NASA stuff, and we're dealing with this
reality.
Yeah, we're dealing with this here. So let's see. What was the rest of the question? They wanted to know the relationship, the ecliptic, the stars, and the planets.
That was my personal question. So you covered it. That looks fantastic. And I'm so glad that you brought up the analema, because a lot of people don't realize that wherever you are, if you stand in the same spot at the same time of day, every day for a year and take a picture of the sun, it's going to give you that infinity symbol. That's what people are talking about when they say the analema. It's the image that you get when you track the sun over the course of a year.
Oh, and I wanted to show you something else, Crow. This is, so if we go to precession, right now we're in Pisces, right? And the Southern Cross is sitting up here. So if we precess it to right about, what was it, Sagittarius. So when the spring equinox is in Sagittarius, and the daily rotation, now the Southern Cross, you'll see, is at the farthest south.
The Southern Cross is farthest south when the spring equinox is in Sagittarius.
Yes. So you can see it's farthest away from the North Pole as it will ever be. And then if we process it again and put it on the other side, so it's about here, and then we go to real time. When the spring equinox is in Gemini, then you got the Southern Cross as close as it's going to be to the North Pole. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Cool.
it's interesting. So many things. When you get visualizations like this, you're going to be thinking in so many different directions. But
Yes.
I like the basis for how you started by using the Vitruvian Man as the foundation, the squaring of the circle, and so on. What's demonstrated in that art that's almost a cliche now. It's been used so much. I think it's even on an album cover. Didn't the Kinks put that on an album cover?
I don't know.
Pretty sure.
Pretty sure.
Well, if anyone out there is listening to this in the replay or pondering this in the chat, and you have any questions about the sky clock for either Ian or Crow, just put it out there in the comment section, and we'll do our best to address it the next time that we do a live stream. Because after this, we're going to be sticking around to look at footage and cover a lot of the questions that came in from the previous stream.
Right. So as we wrap up this portion on the sky clock with Ian, we're going to run a bunch of footage and address questions that people have given us. So Ian, do you have anything else that you want to lay on the table before we move along?
I don't believe so. I just wanted to get this out to people, let them see it. Now, that website is not correct. Zodi Yuga Sky Clock, not Cycle.
Oh no, I was showing it the whole time. Okay, we'll fix it.
I like that he put in
I
the
heard you
work.
say, I was typing it as you said that. Sky clock.
Why don't we do this? Rose, can you put the correct one in the YouTube chat? And Ian, one more time, tell folks where they can find you or contact you or whatever you'd like to do.
Yeah, I've got a Gmail set up for that website. Exact same, Zodi Yuga Sky Clock at gmail.com. There's a dash in there, Zodi Yuga. In case somebody has some questions or wants to maybe help out, I'd love, like Mario with symbolic studies and Santos Bonacci, get those guys to help fill in some of these gaps in the symbolism, the mythology surrounding all this stuff, so we can get a visual on top of the regular conversation.
What I like the most about what you're doing here is your earnestness to take information from very disparate sources. Even these days, when we talk about something as basic as Christianity, to this day, you'll still say people, you silly children for believing in that, and then bring up consciousness or the reverse of that. And we're moving into an era where that kind of stuff needs to go away. People are wherever they are, but we are all struggling for a very similar, if not the same, destination. And so all this information coming in from other places, if you're not open-minded enough to give it a fair shake, you're really missing out. I guess is all I could say about that.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Sounds familiar.
Thank you.
But anyhow, thank you so much, Ian. Anything you want to add before Rose and I move on?
No, thank you for all the stuff that you guys do. It's amazing. I love your sun stuff is out of this world.
Literally, although I think it's quite a bit closer than people think.
I agree.
Maybe even inside the firmament. But anyhow, keep us up to date, Ian, and thank you so much. Have a fantastic night.
Thank you so much, Ian.
Right.
Have a great night.
Bye-bye.
You too.
All right, folks, we're going to move into my footage now, and we'll address questions and stuff. But that was fantastic.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that, the amount of effort and thought, and that he wasn't bigoted in his head. He was happy to go look at the Yuga information, Bollinger, sidereal, tropical. That's the way it's done in my book. Cast a wide net. That's my thing.
You walk off.
I double checked, and everything I had put in the chat.
What's up?
I just wanted to take a second kind of like absorb for a moment, just Crow, and kind of take a second to say thanks to Crow for 777 for letting us, view this, use it, go over it, critique it, and that it's pretty cool. Crow's a really cool channel though. Covers a lot of different topics. So it's a really cool channel, and I'm glad you brought this up tonight, B. So thank you. This was a fun one for me.
Well, we're just now getting into the part of the video that I watched live, and then prompted me to ask him if I could go over it. So that first part that we just watched was actually, I hadn't seen it, but I watched it after the live, and I thought, well, I'll just play it all because it's all actually quite interesting. But these next pictures that are coming up, guys, and the conversation coming up was what I found really fascinating. So we're just getting to the good part, actually. But go ahead.
Thank goodness. Let's chew some meat, man.
All right, cool. Yo, Constitutional Stacker, welcome in.
Throughout the stream was the correct website, and in the description of this video is the correct website, and it's just on the banner that it was messed up a couple of times when I had it up there. But yeah, I'm ready to move on. I created a clip to address the most popular question that we got as we've been publishing some of your old content and a little bit of sneak peeks of your new sun footage. And so what people keep saying over and over again is that the lunar wave is atmospheric disturbance. And so I took a little bit of a clip from the movie Shoot the Moon so that people can see a side-by-side comparison of the first two lunar waves from Crow and two example of Crow's own footage of airplanes flying by. So you can see for yourself the difference between the two, and then Crow can discuss it after you see it. It's a minute long.
Oh, this will be fun.
All right, here we go.
If you look carefully as the waves go by and you pick what I'll call a landmark on any point of the moon, as each wave passes, it displaces, like you're looking through water, it displaces what you're looking at. In other words, the entire image of the moon is displaced twice, once by the first wave and then again by the second. Currently, or as it stands now, from my point of view, the 2012 or first capture of the so-called lunar wave is the benchmark for all lunar waves. It still stands head and shoulders above everything I've seen, although there have been some astounding catches. I would further add, I'm not certain that everything that has been called a lunar wave is the same type of event that we're witnessing here. I was the only guy who had filmed two lunar waves that people knew of, which actually wasn't true. There was another individual who had it in a clip, didn't realize it. You hear it, you see it, and you try to film it with the scope just because it's something to film. In the 2012 clip, you can see a pulse and all kinds of things going on as the waves start. All right, so as you could see, I mean, I don't even know how many times I have filmed an airplane transiting both the moon and the sun. Matter of fact, the last month I shot here, I think I filmed it 3 or 4 times. And as you can see, it's very dispersed. So the idea that this is a jet making the waves doesn't really hold water, except, and this is a pretty big except. Well, I should point out, the first time I filmed it, everybody knows it was an accident. Every other time I filmed it, I had binoculars sitting there and I would look for a cause. Never did I hear, if you look carefully, I didn't hear planes going by, and never did I see anything. The only possibility, if it was going to be a craft flying, would be that it's invisible, noiseless, and probably going a good deal faster than the planes that I just showed you that I filmed, like a passenger plane. But what we see here are very distinct, always what I consider a true wave is always in pairs. They come from any direction. The period between them is not fixed. The speed at which they go by doesn't seem to be fixed. And after all these years, I have no indicator. Like, I can't tell you. At first, I thought it was equinoxes might have something to do with it. As far as I know, there's absolutely nothing like that to help predict things. So that's where things are at.
What do you think? Like digital refresh, or could
I'm
With-
just showing the lunar wave one last time so people can see the wave.
Yeah,
I think it's so obvious that it's different than the planes that we showed in the other
Or could
clip
it
that
be
I
like-
added before.
well, in the members' solar clips,
Long
there's an image of a plane
wave
going over the
thermal
sun.
expansion? Like long
Yeah, so
haul?
on the day that you captured the solar wave, you had terrible chemtrails. And so it's a shame because imagine if the chemtrails hadn't been sprayed, what a
Right,
great
that's what it
capture.
looked
And
like
I
to
do
me.
hope that you get another solar wave next season.
Like a
Would you be interested
digital
in showing the
refresh.
Jupiter and Saturn waves as long as we're covering it that were captured by Take Back Space to help answer the question for people who are asking if you think it's going across the whole sky?
Yeah, can we do it without audio?
No.
Yeah,
What
Chris.
is the audio?
No, if they could
It's cool
show the
music.
plane crossing with the disruption going behind it, without the plane of experiencing the same effect, if they could demonstrate that could possibly narrow that refresh issue down, like a digital refresh.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
I was also saying there could be a consideration of you could take a consideration towards maybe like a long range, like a mass thermal event, kind of like whenever you look into the shadows and you see your vapor, and it creates this, it's a thick, it's a difference in thickness between two mediums, and so there's that light distortion for just a second, so
yeah.
If
Now-
the camera was sensitive to that, perhaps if he's using like maybe some kind of an IR filter of any sort. I don't think he is. This looks like a true light. I'd love to know what camera this is. Like, is it the Nikon? Is this like a what is he using here? Is this a telescope with like a computer connection?
Yeah, they talk about all that ahead of here.
And
Okay.
it's from CD,
Yeah.
and he's cool with it.
Yes, I believe he is, but I'll put his YouTube channel up on the screen while we're playing it too.
He's the gentleman who shot this was one of the first guests, and he's very skilled with a telescope. He's been doing it for years. He used to do live streams, but what we'll do here is we will demonstrate that the so-called lunar wave is not fixed to the moon as I once thought it was. Apparently, it can be seen anywhere it's backlit enough, across the ecliptic at least, or the path of the sun, moon, and luminaries. It's going to be, I think it's been filmed once in front of Jupiter, or once in front of Saturn, and twice in front of Jupiter, and Rose is going to run that.
Yeah, and he still does live streams. He's caught more lunar waves since he's caught the Jupiter wave. And if you go to, I don't know why there's a timer on this. I put his channel in the chat. And if you're looking for it on his channel, to give him a comment and subscribe to his channel, all you have to do is search for the word Jupiter and wave on his channel, and you'll come up and you'll see these two clips. And he was, in fact, the first guest of Crrow777 Radio episode 1.
And he's very skilled with a telescope.
Yeah. Here we go. This is Jupiter, and then we'll do Saturn.
Oh, would you wake and see? I've been sitting here, dying to meet you, playing to free you. What have you got to lose? I'm the singing hero, dying to meet you, playing to free you. Oh, baby, what you need? I've been waiting here for waiting to reach you.
The pictures are really cool.
Amazing.
All right, so there it is in front of Jupiter and Saturn. You've captured it recently this year in front of the sun in the hydrogen alpha wavelength. Many people have captured the lunar wave with a P1000 camera, which is digital, but also you should definitely discuss that telescopes are analog and that you have a camera attached to it and the camera pan.
Right. And for those who are paying close attention on the Jupiter wave, down at the very lower left, you can see one of the moons of Jupiter. If I had to guess, it might be Io or Ganymede, maybe. There are 4 relatively large so-called moons. And the first few times I saw it, I didn't even notice, but if you go back and look. But in terms of all the people who like to just make comments after all these years and say it's the sensor and the camera or it's a plane or whatever, and they don't bother to look at the evidence, the first capture in 2012 proves that it can't possibly be the sensor. If you look at the 2012 footage, what you will see is the camera pans below the moon, the wave starts. At the time, I was looking at a 3-inch LCD screen. I didn't notice it. And I panned the camera back up to the moon. And then the second, or that wave catches up to the camera. That's proof that it's a filmed event. Pan the camera down, there's a wave. Pan above the wave, then the wave catches the camera. Besides the fact that digital sensors do not fail in organic ways. Everybody knows what it looks like. You get square lines, pixelation, hard edges, not organic rolling waves.
I have
in
an
terms of a
alternative
digital
theory.
camera, like a P900 or 1000, that's a digital.
What's that?
I could offer in support. I could offer an alternative theory. Now, I'm no scientist. I'm just a caveman, right? But I remember in like telecommunications, occasionally there was an effect where like it was kind of like a feedback, like you cram too much and it starts like kicking backwards. But I wonder. So this one wouldn't. I don't think distance would be too important for the effect. But like if light is sending, returning, right, and we don't really know the difference, which in speed of light on the return or send, so much, But if it was returning through a send, I mean, obviously you could receive a distortion in the light from, a stronger impact versus a weaker reflection. I don't know, maybe if we're looking at it like through if we're looking at parallel light straight on, it's going to appear like a bunch of little dots in a way, so maybe a transmission of light could be getting bent or distorted through a medium of its own signal. I don't know. That's as far as my brain could imagine or create an explanation for that I don't foresee would be limited by a distance. So if it's really close or if it's really far, like it seems like the effect would be accountable. I mean,
Let's see
when
what.
we're talking about this wavelength coming straight at you, like, you're not seeing it like this. You're not seeing it like this. You're bap, bap. And so it's like, and so this effect could be transmitting on a reflection, and I could say maybe even absent a lot of atmosphere to distort it. Maybe just, could the light itself be enough to distort the light itself? Is I guess what I'd be asking, you know?
Okay.
It's a digital chip, but again, they don't fail in organic ways like when we were using, tube TVs and VCR tapes, magnetic tapes. But with a telescope like this footage that you're looking at, this is a Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope, which basically means light comes into the scope.
Yeah, it's moving all over, but the wave isn't. Like, you can see that that's a separate thing happening there. Huh?
Yes, that would eliminate digital effect.
Bounces off a parabolic mirror in the back, and then bounces off another mirror in the front and goes to the eyepiece. Then there is a camera, digital in this case, on the scope, just so you're aware of how the capture happens. Look, saw the wave, went above the wave, wave catches up. That is proof beyond proof, inarguable proof for anyone with two brain cells left to rub together that this is a filmed event. And by luck, that was the first capture. But still, after all these years, people just want to, stick.
What's that?
Vapor layer viewed at enough distance, like if it was a thick enough distinction, if there was enough distinction in vapor layer at a great enough distance, oh man, it could account for that. But sorry, my brain's like rattling, trying to find reasons for it, not against it, for it, I'm rattling away, trying to fight for it for a minute, like get in his shoes, try to experience this through his lens, try to understand where he's coming from, try to give him the benefit of the doubt here, and try to say, all right, if this is true, what's it going to take to make it true? Because those are your falsifiers,
Yeah, I don't know any, I don't know. I just find it interesting, these photos capturing it. I mean, that's pretty amazing, the viewing this stuff, that's amazing to be able to record something and see something so clearly like that. I find it interesting, I've talked with you before about, I think, and this is mainstream science as well, says, that we're in a form of water, and biblically speaking, when you read that account, you're in water, like a bubble in water. So you got water above, and you're in the middle of a bubble or something. So if it's some type of liquid, like, you don't know you're in water when you're a fish, right, until you're out of the water, right? So it could just be,
Yeah, I always wondered about like the positive pressure system. Like when you watch how you increase the barometric pressure on the water, and the little toy submarine sinks lower. You lift the pressure, it goes a little higher. Basic buoyancies, right?
Yeah.
Well, if the whole quote unquote system was a positive pressure, like, wouldn't it have like the same results in a lot of ways as what we experience now? I mean, you'd still have to deal with other things, sure, but I've wondered that, how far would you have to go to make that reality,
Right. Yeah, I'm just reading Frisky Dingo's comments there. Yeah, that's all very interesting thoughts indeed.
Yeah, it's
fun.
fun.
That it's a sensor fail, which it isn't.
Would you like to play that 1 minute video showing the jets one more time so people can really look at it closely?
Sure, let's do that. And when the jets go by, you'll recognize it because most people have seen it with their eyes. What it looks like, it's jet wash is what you see. If you look carefully as the waves go by and you pick what I'll call a landmark on any point of the moon, as each wave passes, it displaces, like you're looking through water, it displaces what you're looking at. In other words, the entire image of the moon is displaced twice, once by the first wave and then again by the second. Currently, or as it stands now, from my point of view, the 2012 or first capture of the so-called lunar wave is the benchmark for all lunar waves. It still stands head and shoulders above everything I've seen, although there have been some astounding catches. I would further add, I'm not certain that everything that has been called a lunar wave is the same type of event that we're witnessing here. And I was the only guy who had filmed 2 lunar waves that people knew of, which actually wasn't true. There was another individual who had it in a clip, didn't realize it. You hear it, you see it, and you try to film it with the scope just because it's something to film. In the 2012 clip, you can see a pulse and all kinds of things going on as the waves start.
So there it is. That's just a smattering of evidence. I don't even know how many images of planes and jets going over the moon. I've filmed a lot. And lately, as Rose pointed out, the chemtrailing is such a big deal all the time. Whenever I film the sun, it is more than likely that I can get a shot of a plane transiting. And that's quite a thing if you think about it, because if you hold your pinky up at arm's length, that's what it takes to cover the sun or the moon, a full moon or the sun. That is half a degree of sky that you're capturing that in. It's kind of astonishing if you think about it. But what else do we have to run?
What is this NGC 346 in the essence? That's not the same NGC as we're used to in coins, surely.
What does it say? NGC? It's probably a star or a star cluster or something.
Right. I just thought maybe that picture itself was a snap that they're saying is best photo. And
no, that's its
labeling it.
designating name. That's its designation. It's
Anyway.
NGC 346. Whatever.
Rose?
All right. Well, we have here the AstroBin website that we wanted to inform people, because as we move forward through the questions, we're going to have to address the accusations that your work is CGI. So we just wanted to show people this website. Can you explain what the definition of an amateur astronomer is and what this website is, and how people could know the difference between NASA and amateur astronomers posting real work?
Right. We see so many people coming in and downing the work that people have done with a camera. And let me tell you something, it is work to get a telescope and a camera and all the knowledge and everything else. It's a lot of work to get quality imagery. So when you're showing it to people like this image, and people come in and say that's CGI, it's a bit disingenuous. So for anyone who is really concerned with what is true, if you actually want to know what is true, anything that I shoot ever, like this shot of the sun that I took, go to a website called astrobin.com. Rose, can you put that in the chat, please? This is where all the amateurs, they're not all amateurs, but most of it is amateur work from around the world, posting what they have shot with their telescopes. That should be proof positive to anyone. If you saw this image that you're looking at that I shot in the hydrogen alpha wavelength with my solar telescope, and you wanted to know if it was real, go to AstroBin and do a search for hydrogen alpha sun, and you will get hundreds, if not thousands, of examples of others who have used similar or very different equipment to get it. And that should be a very useful tool for people who actually want to know what's true, instead of just assuming everything is fake all the time. Although if it's coming from NASA, I don't blame you one bit. I don't even bother to look at it anymore.
Well, I just some of your still shots. Pictures. So all of the photos of the sun are stills from Crow. This is really beautiful.
The video
recent, in my opinion. Before that, it's just very interesting to see
what is this? When the video plays, they're going to play a recording of a video of the sun here, and this offcast. What's cool is to watch it as it's recorded and get like sucked in back into the sun. It's very, and it's like it's hanging up over it, and like there's a current through it. And
what do they call those? Coronal ejections?
Yeah.
And they're solar flares, they're coronal ejections.
That's what they're calling those. But when watch
spots.
Right.
I'm just refreshing my mind.
Right.
The patterns of the sunspots as the sun rotates. The sunspots are moving around at different speeds when you observe them over time. And then when you're looking at it from a certain angle, you can see these double looping prominences that are just demonstrating an electromagnetic nature of things. So why don't you go ahead and clarify what you think the sun is and what you think the sun is not?
All right. So why don't you run some of the stills? When I started doing this, so many people wanted images they could print. So what I did is I made stills like this one you're looking at, and I put it on the website. For everyone who's a new subscriber, when you come subscribe to Crrow777radio.com, you get to choose a free image that you can print. Here's the cool thing. I made them so if you want, you can print it up to near 50 inches, some of them even bigger or anything smaller. And if you do that, I'd like you to take a picture of your print hanging in your home like this, because I'm collecting those, and I'll do a live stream or something someday to show them. People have printed on glass, on what's the plasticky one? There's a plastic one that's like UV proof or whatever, and it's just so cool. But getting back to what the sun is, I saw someone earlier ask how hot the sun is. In my view, the sun is not hot at all. And I started thinking about this decades ago when I was reading an alchemy text where the alchemist said, everybody knows the sun's not hot. How is it that you can go to the top of a mountain and there's snow? You're closer to the sun. Of course, science will immediately offer a retort of why that's ridiculous and the sun is hot. In my view, it's a bit like a, what's the word I'm looking for, Rose?
I don't know because I can't read your mind.
Well, you know what's his name called it?
A converter.
A converter. Yeah, it's like a converter to me. It's converting energy coming in. It's like a lens, maybe. In the same way, I can take a
like how that thing just hangs, like it's hanging up above, and it slowly, particle by particle, gets pulled in.
Prism, and take sunlight and break out all these different energies, which are represented as colors. That's how I view the sun. Now, when I'm looking at it in the hydrogen alpha wavelength, which is what you're looking at here, I can see the outer shell. And if I see a sunspot and it lasts for more than 24 hours, it will go all the way around and back. It will rotate all the way around, and I will see it the next day. Now, does this mean that everything is doing that motion? No, I can only see the outer shell in hydrogen alpha. I can also see it in white light, which is what you would be doing if you just put a filter over the end of any camera to knock down the brightness. But we're not seeing all the incredibly diverse parts. When you change the wavelength just by a little, it really changes the view you can get. And I suspect as we go into the coming years, many more tools are going to start to come available to let us see in many different wavelengths. Now, here's another problem. When people go to the NASA sites that track the sun, SDO.
I just kind of want to take a second and reflect on, like, you know, because for me, you know, there's not a lot of difference between the spiritual and the physical, you know, and I believe they're very interconnected, but it goes to reflect on the attribute of like how we should be careful to live our lives in this moment. Like, because you look at this, you're looking at the sun through one lens and it looks one way completely. Swap your lens out just a little bit we're not talking about a different sun here. It's the same sun, but now it looks completely different or a lot more into it, you know? And as you flip through these lenses of your view, you know, it's not the sun that ever changed. It's not that person. You know, it's your view of that person. It's your lens that you've got between you and that person of what part of this are you seeing? What part of that person are you seeing? And you know, sometimes in life these things reflect the same thing back spiritually as well. You know, we're supposed to learn lessons from our environment, you know, and you know, what better lesson to learn than how to treat another person, but you know, it can be gained out of something simple like this, you know. It was just cool. I was just like, oh wow, you know, like that's like how we view people, you know. And I wanted to say that. You know me, I'm a softie.
Yeah, no.
They'll show like, I don't know, 20 views, X-ray, gamma ray, all these other rays that we don't have the ability to film in. And again, they start saying this is CGI. Well, it's NASA. It probably is CGI. But the point is, not everything is CGI. Like this right here is filmed in a very specific wavelength called the G band. And what it does is it lets you see these little foculi, tentacle-looking things. And somebody filmed that sunspot over probably about 6 hours to get that much motion. But that is even a slightly different wavelength than this is filmed in. All of it's in the hydrogen alpha, but I'm trying to point out that just a minor wavelength can really get you a different view on the sun. It's very complex, and there's just so much to learn.
There's one short that, because it's a short and we're doing a live stream, it won't do it justice, but I do want to point it out just so people can go and look at this specific short that we published. That's just a small snippet of the exclusive footage for members on the website. And it's showing and demonstrating the movement of the sun. And I'm not sure how popular it was, but let me...
Oh, you have the one that I shot close to 4 hours?
Yeah, it's...
Oh, Think Differently's got it. NGC stands for New General Catalog of Astronomical Objects. Cool.
Thank you, Think. Appreciate the homework. I like it when a community pulls them resources. I love it. Everybody
Yeah,
learn quick, you know?
sometimes you gotta think differently, right?
Ha ha! Cha-chow. See what he did there?
Right.
See what he did there?
So you sure you've got it, Rose?
I'm not sure. Why? Do you have an easier?
Well, I
way
was gonna explain what it shows if you've got it.
Oh, let me see here. I thought that I had a short here. The name of it was Showing the Movement. Oh, here we go. Showing the sun's movement. I'm going to pull this up.
Let me tee it up. So basically what you're about to see is the sun filmed over almost 4 hours. When I change the speed and make it go much faster, you can see the motion of the sun beginning to roll in its rotation.
So I think that's as wide as we can get it. So people might have to squint as they're looking. But I think even in this view, because of how fast you've made it,
1,000%.
definitely see the motion of the sun in that first part.
So it absolutely, the outer part that we can see in hydrogen alpha and actually in white light too, with just a regular camera, it does rotate. It's a fact, whether people want to face that fact or not.
I definitely agree with Eric Dollar that the sun is providing this physical existence we're in with life-giving energy that is somehow being transmuted or converted or transformed from the metaphysical realm, whether you want to consider it the ether realm, which is everywhere in multiple dimensions, or if you want to imagine that there's some kind of event horizon where if you get small enough or big enough, you can go through. There are many ways that people have described their interpretation of how the sun would operate in a field theory rather than the mainstream atomic theory. And by the way, for people who don't know, the problem with atomic theory is that they apply different rules to what they call the quantum, and there's so much poppycock associated with how they're interpreting the quantum, and then they have to have completely different rules for the macro. So what's really interesting is when we find new minds coming forward and taking the information from Nikola Tesla, Jet Blake, aka Weston Warren, and Eric Dollard, and trying to move forward with the ideas that
Hey Tiger, they just mentioned your guy Nikola Tesla.
do incorporate the idea of the metaphysical realm. And I'm just using that as a blanket statement. Other people might want to call it heaven. So it's however you choose to interpret the other side of this life that we're living here. Do you have anything to add to that about what the sun is?
Well, it's been defamed a lot because the mainstream came up with the idea that you appreciate the sun, you're some evil sun worshiper, but it's okay to worship your cell phone 18 hours a day. The sun is more critically important to this place than any of us will ever really probably come to realize. And I agree with Mr. Dollard. Those energies are coming in, and it's beyond miraculous that they're converted into the things that allow all the life here, whether you're a plant, a fish, a person, a human being. It's crazy to think about, and it provides all of the light. It's incredible. And in the era we are now, it's almost like you could do a very general division between people who live now and people who lived, say, 200 years ago, is most of us are completely unfamiliar with the sky. And back in those days, they would have been using the moon daily to mark out months, and they would have been using the sun because not everybody had a wristwatch. And that simple observations like that would make you much more familiar with the rest of it. But as we come...
What's that?
Frisky just popped up a comment. He says, okay, I'm not going to agree with the response on atomic and quantum because they are totally different files, subatomic and atomic. Since I work in that field, that statement is not accurate. and that was a point I kind of wanted to jump on a second ago, either like, oh no, like, because like, you know, you don't, they really are, they're different parts and pieces that respond differently, the same way protons and neutrons and electrons all respond differently to their environment, you know, and all respond differently to each other. Well, the same thing would be true of these lesser of these smaller particles, like a quark or something, right, is going to operate under different dynamics because it is in fact something different. Like to me, that seems like a simple thing to understand here, is that like different things act differently and you need to treat different things differently, you know, and that's to be expected. Yeah. And so I'm not real happy about that comment myself. Like, I
have no idea. This is all fascinating to me. I don't know. I find it amazing that I have somebody in chat that works in this field, so that's mind-boggling to me right there. So that's you know, that's awesome. And so, you know, like, this is so amazing to watch this stuff and know that people are advanced in this area. So that's cool.
Come into the new era, and if you go to AstroBin, you'll get a real eye-opener about how many people are passionate about filming different aspects of the night and day sky. When you go there, you'll see there are deep space people, so-called deep space, and they're interested in nebula and globular star clusters and things like that. Then you'll get people who are just about the moon, people who are just about the sun, people who specialize on just trying to film a planet the best they can, a so-called planet. But what it does is it shows you the growing number of amateurs who are just observing at levels that were not possible maybe 20 years ago. And it's a big deal. It will add up to a lot of change in what we know and how we live our day-to-day lives over time.
For some reason, this one is just breathtaking to me. There's something about this particular image. And I guess this would be a good time for you to clarify that you film in black and white. So the only data here that is not coming from the telescope is the color that you apply to it. So there's something about this that just makes me feel like the sun is alive. It's a living
It is.
thing. And
It's
a lot of people
consciousness.
a lot of people talk about how it could possibly be hollow. And since you're filming it in the hydrogen alpha wavelength, so coming back to some common questions that we've received, some people we're challenging the idea of fusion, but some people want to even challenge that the sun has anything to do with hydrogen. So the fact that you're able to capture this in the wavelength shows that at least the outer shell does have something to do with hydrogen. And then there are multiple theories about what's going on inside. And then maybe you can tell us about how when you've gotten close up to the sunspots,
Right.
you saw the flickering inside like it was a
not.
tunnel.
It's not.
Yeah, it would be
Oh,
great.
this one is a
As
telescope.
tools get better to be able to.
What's that?
He's viewing this one. He said it a little bit earlier. This one is actually a telescope that he just rigged his camera
Two,
up.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But the cameras, some of these cameras that these guys are with, like the digital zooming effects, like you can lens out a pretty good ways, but then they use like digital enhancement, right? And
Yeah.
but those cameras, man, you could pop in at one. I've been wanting one for a long time. Is like a P900 or a P1000.
Yeah.
Dude, like those have like a 250 times digital zoom, much less what you can lens out with. And then you can always get the IR filters and stuff to kind of like to cut down, a lot of your distortions in your pictures, and you can really reach with clarity for $1,000. Like, and I'm not like, yeah, $1,000 is a lot of money, but that's pretty cheap as some of these cameras go.
Right. Yeah.
And
No,
you won't hit the sun like this, but you'll get the moon to look like it did earlier.
yeah.
I've done-
I have a telescope, and I can get the moon to be pretty impressive, but not as good as these pictures.
Have you ever tried to capture through your camera?
Yes, and it's hard. You can't do it just holding it there. I mean, you can, but it's very hard. You'd need like an attachment for it, or that's what I would think. But no, and I've never put like a real camera on it. That would be cool.
To look down into a sunspot a bit better than I currently can, because those little tentacles.
The sunspot and that tentacle coming in there like that, isn't that something?
Yeah, it's so fibrous.
Whatever that, yeah, I don't know what that is. Some different thing.
You see there, they go around the corner and you can see them sparking and flashing down in there. But to make the point, when I film, my camera is in black and white. And the reason for this is because it captures the most information, because it's doing white, all the different shades of gray, and black, as opposed to just red, green, and blue. So after I have my images, they're all in black and white. The one thing that is in fact fake is the color. I choose it. And you'll see, if you go to AstroBin, most amateurs choose an orange or a yellow or a red, just because that's what we're used to. Or that's what we expect to see. But there is not one other element other than the color that isn't made by the creator. That's all nature.
Amen.
And it is alive. It has to be. How could this thing be up there sustaining and providing all our lives when it didn't have life itself to offer? It's conscious, it's alive, and it just is. And the longer you spend observing, it's hard to describe. Like when I was doing the moon, it's the most mysterious thing you'll ever look at. It's like you feel like you can never pin anything down. Even from night to night, it looks different. The texture feels different, just all of it. But when you get over to the sun, every square millimeter is alive, conscious, and moving and exchanging energy and providing light. It's just really incredible. And I forgot the other thing you asked me.
You know, I'm one that wants to lean towards intelligent.
I was saying me
creation.
too, but
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's just got to be on another wavelength, man, that we're not on. You know, you know, we're just too dang different to understand each other, you know. But if you're a biblical dude and you want to take certain things seriously and explore them to their limits, right? You would have to say, well, you know, when the rocks cry out, right? You know, if they didn't say anything, the rocks would cry out. Well, that implies intelligence on some level, enough that they would be anxious, awaiting, responding, you know, crying out, whatever that means to them. It was like an implication almost of within that creation was an intelligence even that the rock was capable of understanding here. Even a rock can understand this. Now you could take that as completely metaphorical, or you can explore the possibility that there is in fact, you know, an essence to life that we choose not to recognize.
Right. Yeah, I think they get into a little bit of that coming up, you know, a little bit different, but kind of the same. Yeah, plasma density cause different magnetic fields, which make those dendritic-like plasma channels. That's crazy. Plasma is conductive just like a wire and has similar relative magnetic fields. So Frisky, what are your thoughts? Have you seen the plasma machine being promoted by a guy on?
Oh wow! Read one more. Scientists have argued plasma is alive. It breathes, it eats, it dies, and can reproduce. All right, now sorry, I didn't know to interrupt. My bad.
And so that's like a way of describing it through a joke kind of type of a statement, Frisky, that last one about scientists, or is that like literal? Anyway, I'm going to go on a little further.
What I'm showing on the screen is another short that we published. And these are just snippets from the 19 solar investigation videos that are posted on the website, where Crow goes into so much more detail. So what I'm looking for now that I shot, that I thought we could show, is another short which shows, it didn't get a lot of views, so I'm scrolling down. Here it is. Okay, let me share my screen one more time for some solar footage.
Welcome in, Chef. Good to see you. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, cool. Everybody's up late, right? Yeah.
Yeah. We're just doing a little video review here.
Oh, we're not even on the screen, but they can hear us. So unveiling solar hydrogen alpha prominences. So this is just one example, and it's muted, so you can just speak over this and explain a little bit how you're revealing, because this is where we get a lot of people saying, oh, well, you're just using Photoshop, so this is CGI.
So wait a minute, what am I doing here?
You're looking at the screen that I'm sharing and seeing how you're exposing the prominences by adjusting the gamma.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. So basically, I have 19 member-only solar videos. I don't publish my work on censorship platforms that claim control and ownership of my work anymore. What I've done here is I've shown exactly how I get the images I get, from the time they're out of the camera to the time you can print the stills that I've provided everybody. Here's the black and white image. What happens is you take a video and you sort it so you know what the best frames in the video are. It's usually about 10 or 20%. Sometimes it's only 5%. All those frames that are the best, you stack into a single image. That would be the equivalent of, well, you just take all the best and you stack them into a single image. Then you go in and you do what's called a stretch. For those who do image work, you use the curves tool. And what you're basically doing is stretching and setting the levels of all the black, white, and gray data. And that's what's going on here. When you see there are no prominences, after you do the curves, you can see the prominences. They're boosted. Even though you can't see them, that data was captured in the image. After I set levels, I do simple things like I might sharpen. I usually don't, but I might sharpen. And then I set contrast and brightness levels, and then I assign a color. And that is the whole thing. And actually, Rose, can you talk for 2 seconds?
This is kind of how they do terrain.
Yes, I can do that.
Right.
So
Like
I'm going to
in GIS,
put us
they
back
enhance.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is how they do terrain in GIS. They take it, overlay it. They kind of like hit the highs real sharp, hit the lows real sharp. They boost the image. You know, they take it a little bit to a lot of bit to make it more distinguishable and like relevant. Because without that pronounced imagery, it would be less distinguishable to the eye, like in fact. And so they do that to create like a consumable, you know.
Sure.
And I'm going to look at some of the questions that we collected. So after the last stream, when I published some of these shorts to try and give people an idea of what Crow has been filming and posting, and some of the earlier work that he did, like I posted a cloaked plane short that you can look on this channel. But a couple of these clips from over a decade ago received over 100,000 views and way more comments and questions than we could handle. So we took some time today to do the best we could to collect the questions that came in after the live stream. So again, everyone, please, if you have a question that hasn't been addressed, you have to make sure that after the stream is over, that you type it into the comment section after, not in the live stream, because we're just so overwhelmed with questions that today we can only really try to address some of the questions that came as a result of the last live stream.
All right, I'm back.
Okay, thank goodness, because I was on a rant. And I'm ready to go through some of the questions that we took the time to collect. And again, we're so sorry if you asked an amazing question, and if it was really great and we're not covering it, it's probably that we just didn't see it. But just make sure that you type it in the comment section under this live stream, and we will use this comment section primarily. We'll prioritize the questions under this live stream as instead of any other questions received anywhere else. Does that sound good, Crow?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so the first comment that we saved for you to talk about is that it looks like they felt it looked like a sensor refresh when it's been easily provable since the beginning. Why did we type that? Was that a...
Oh, they're talking about the lunar wave again, and we've already covered that the actual camera pan proves it's not sensor related. It's a filmed event.
Okay,
Yes.
we covered that. Okay, so now moving on. Someone else said they just announced Artemis, and in the NASA release where they're introducing the astronauts, he says we're about to go 250,000 miles from Earth, further than any human. So didn't you want to say that they're already starting to erase the past?
Yeah. One thing about the digital age is it's going to be a lot easier for the past to be erased now that all information is online and they can change it in real time. But I happened to catch one of the NASA commercials for the Artemis mission, which is the one where they're supposedly going back to the moon. And they introduced 3 astronauts, and one of them said, "Can you believe it? We're ready for anything that comes our way, and we are about to go 250,000 miles away from Earth, where no man has ever been before." And they say it more than once.
And that is just blatant in your face because if I'm not mistaken, Artemis, I think that's the sister of Apollo. Maybe they're erasing the lie that they told with Apollo. How can you sit there with a straight face and say we're going back to the moon further than we've ever been before when in 1969 you told us you went to the moon? So folks should keep an eye on that because it looks like they're attempting to rewrite history to some distant point in the future where there will be a generation that never knew there was an Apollo mission.
And did you say that you confirmed that Artemis is the sister of Apollo?
I can do it real quick. I think that's right. Does anyone in the chat know? Is Artemis the sister of Apollo?
Let's have a race.
Sister of Apollo.
That's what it feels like doing trivia.
Artemis is the twin sister of Apollo. Yes, she is known as the goddess of the hunt, wild animals, and childbirth. I think she's also Diana in the Roman rendering, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think we've done episodes. Like the next time that you're talking for a bit, I'll probably find the episode where it's discussed. So the next question, and this is from someone who I thank very much for typing question in big letters in the comment section under the live stream. Crow mentioned Mercury and Venus being possible moons of the sun. Any chance he remembers Martin Kenney's work on the flat Earth model showing Mercury at the center of the Earth or the North Pole, often referred to as the smoky god, and Venus and Mars as the moon and sun of the next realm located beyond Antarctica? It's fascinating to think about nonetheless. And didn't you say that Brahe probably went that way at some point, Crow?
Well, I'm not familiar with the work that they're citing there. You know me, I don't really, I read books. I don't really surf the internet. I don't really follow anything online. But I absolutely 100% think it would be a more accurate description to describe Mercury and Venus as moons of the sun. For those of you that don't know, Venus is the brightest thing in the sky beyond the sun. Pretty sure it's even brighter than a full moon. I might have that wrong, but I don't think I do. When you look at it through a telescope, it's just like the moon. It has phases, even when you look at it. As a matter of fact, if you saw it for the first time, you might think, wow, that looks like a miniature, very bright moon. It's like a very diamond, piercing, penetrating light. So pure and clear is the feeling of that light, like penetrating. But I think Tycho Brahe may have, I'm not 100% sure about this either, may have viewed it in the way that I'm describing. But if you look at how Brahe lays down the so-called solar system, that is in the new Almagest image that I have shown you folks. The Jesuits knew it was correct in the 1600s. There it is. The scale there with the hand of God over the scale is weighing two solar system ideas. The heavier one is Tycho Brahe's, so that's the right one. The one down by their feet is Ptolemy, and the other one is the nonsense we got handed from Copernicus and Brahe's whipping boy Kepler. So they knew that a Jesuit made this, and he encoded it in myth so commoners wouldn't understand that the guy with the eyeballs all over him is Argus. They probably wouldn't have realized that you have to know the mythological story to totally get the information. But the simple information is Brahe's model is superior, which is proven on the scale under the hand of God. And I forgot where I was going there, but
well, it's a good thing that you brought up the Almagest. Is it Almagest or Almagest? Either way, I hope I'm spelling this right. But
with a G.
Yeah, the reason I'm putting it up on the screen is because someone did ask about this. This is one of the questions. Where could they get this poster? Because you have it, and you just suggested they search with that search term, and you can get it printed out in a really high quality from a number.
So here we're looking at 3 models basically that was, so if we tie that back to the earlier part of the film, right, or the video, I mean, this is the culmination of all those years of looking at the stars and the planets and the right. I mean, this is the carried on information, at least in this picture. If it's genuine and all that stuff, I don't know, but there's three examples of finished products of thousands of years of all those tribes. Like I was talking about, some of our early documentation is of these different cultures talking to each other about their, did their star charts match up, basically, type thing.
Well, this is the same argument that can be made today. This all comes down to, like, your relative position or your relative viewpoint. Like, this was a strong argument even in the early 1900s, as closely as the 1900s. This was maintained as a strong argument right here, this. And, they say, look, like, this is the options.
Right.
This is your options. Either way you look at it, this is your option, and so the fight between these has been your choice of how you're going to view the evidence. They share the exact same evidences. We all share the same evidence, but it's your interpretation of that evidence,
right?
And what you do with it and where you apply it. But along the way, you're going to be forced with a choice, right or left, up or down, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
But this is,
but this is culminations of those thousands of years of looking up at the sky and pondering and watching, and the connections of and they get into coming up here some interesting stuff on what they might have been viewing originally as to what we're viewing now. But yeah, just viewing those separate models is kind of a realization of, look, that's their,
it's fundamental logic, B. It's right there. This is what truth is all about. Like, I'm not saying the argument between the two models per se, but like the real truth, what is truth? Like, put any object you want to focus on, any topical object in those two, on those scales, and we're faced with that fundamental. And so this is proof that these guys were not idiots.
right?
They were not idiots. Like, we always treat them like they're stupid, but they were well aware, well established.
I think much more than we are now. Like, this kind of the thing. At least I should say of myself. Like, knowing now, looking at all this stuff now, it's like, wow, they were much more on top of reality than we are.
They couldn't ask Google, bro. They had to come to their own decision.
Yeah, and right, yeah, not to say that we're not, doing amazing things, just that, it's not like they were ridiculous themselves.
But what do we idolize as a culture, and what did they idolize as a culture, and what did they reflect on? We can see that, like, in our coinage, like you were reflecting earlier.
Yep.
What are we propping up? What are we valuing? What are we trying to, like, hold in history? I'd say, yeah, the times have changed, although, there will always be good people doing good work, so I don't want that to go aside either.
Right. Yep.
Number of websites.
Wow, someone just posted that silver at 83.27. Sounds like the Eastern markets are up and running. I think we're
And so, yeah, then they bring up.
we're going to see it do 200 this year, by the way. But to get back to that image, when I saw that, I was so impressed with the actual definitive proof from a Jesuit, nonetheless, who was in a position to know things, encoded his artwork so commoners wouldn't understand, and it proves that the solar system I accept is correct, they accepted was correct, and that is Tycho Brahe's model.
Okay, and then just to answer that person's question, how should they find?
So if you want, I think I'm going to write in the chat what you actually write.
Okay, great.
To do the search, Alma
So I can
just
delete that.
poster. I think Alma just. I think.
Have a good night, Frisky. Thanks for hanging with us. It's amazing that you love to have you on sometime. That sounds like amazing, amazing information. So thanks for your comments and have a good night.
Frisk, you stuck in a long time, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. Contributed. Thank you.
Yep.
Good to have you.
I think if you do the search that I just put into the chat, it'll get you going, and then you just have to look for the superior image quality.
Okay, great. So now moving on with this question. This is an interesting one that I enjoyed reading. Hello, I was sent this show to watch because it's directly related to my studies. Many everyday folks started receiving what I call an upgrade. It was a time-released genetic advance or trigger which swept the entire planet starting in 2012. By 2016 or 2017, many people realized that they had been advanced. I remember the lunar waves when they were originally uploaded by your guests after the genetic upgrade. I became a mathematics theorist. This last year has been amazing as far as our collective mental abilities, including my own. I'm working on a theory which rewrites Einstein's grand unified theory, known in astrophysics as the gut. I would like to suggest that the waves which have been captured are what I identify as time waves. When time waves pass, they change everything, even moving and advancing whole regions on our planet, not just the moon. But we don't sense it the same because we are in it as it happens. Please get back to me if you can. And we know Fortune has talked about 2012, and a lot of people had transformative experiences in 2016. What say you, Crow?
I say that I love her independent thought. I'm with you. Good for you. Go. Don't stop because someone says something different or it doesn't fit with some other accepted thing. Go your independent way, which you can tell she's doing that. In terms of 2012, Fortune, I think even on the air, has said, I think it was, do you remember, was it Christmas Eve? Was it the 24th? I think he said in 2012 at a certain time on the clock, which he knew to the minute, on, I think it was the 24th of December, or it was either that or the 21st, where the
exactly. Yeah, I remember if it was the 21st or the 24th. I can't remember if he said Christmas Eve or if it was 12/21/12.
Right, it was one of those. As a matter of fact, I think it was 12/21/12 because I think I remember thinking the whole anagram thing. But anyhow, he said there were a handful of people who consciously were aware of a golden beam.
Yeah, 4:30 a.m.
Yeah, that 4:30 a.m. that upgraded us. Did you find it, Rose?
Wait, what was I saying?
Oh, I thought you had searched a transcript. Anyhow, this golden beam upgraded us in 2012 when the supposed Mayan calendar ended and all that. And I've bumped into the person Rose just mentioned, as well as a couple others who said that they were spiritually conscious enough to detect that golden upgrade beam, and that's from Fortune.
Well, I did find, because you just asked about the Fortune thing, the episodes where he discussed the golden ray could have been 474 is what's coming up the most, maybe 352, but there is a Fortune playlist on the homepage, so anyone can go to crrow777radio.com, click playlists, and then there's all the first free hours of every Fortune episode. So I recommend the first one was 352. But wait, what I did mention recently that I was going to find an episode, but what was I talking about? Do you remember?
With Fortune?
No, before you mentioned finding you were asking me if I found something. Was that what I was supposed to find?
I thought you had found the transcript for Fortune and you were about to say the date, but you had just remembered the time.
Yeah. Well, that if I put 4:30 a.m., I'll probably find the exact episode where he explains it.
That's fine. I mean, we ballparked it. I'm reasonably sure it was, 1221, because I remember thinking that the date was interesting. But anyhow,
He's a spiritually advanced man. There's no doubt about it. He's done more than many things that blow my mind.
Here's another comment that we got. Fantastic. Thank you for mentioning Tycho Brahe. Seeing the wave moving across the moon's image got me thinking about how light reflects off water, almost as if there's another source of light or plasma moving through our solar system, causing ripples. Thank you all for this joyful anticipation of your next video. And also, that really harkens back to Luke of Divine Emission Theory, who's talking about emission pressure coming from the sun that could be causing waves and rebound waves. We got a comment from someone saying, we know that it's going across the whole sky and it looks like gravity waves. Do you want to comment on their use of the word gravity?
Yeah, this is one of the things that in the new era we've got to put behind us. I have real problems with so many of the things we still treat as mainstream fact. Gravity is one of those things. They literally try to pass it off as a law, which it is not. And that's just being honest. And if it's not a law, why is it not a law? There's a difference between a law and a theory. Gravity is a theory. And so that tells me something about why we have the idea. When I go over to things like the periodic table, it is my point of view that it was laid out that way and accepted and pushed forward by the people who had the power to choose what came forward, like the Copernicus model that is false. We have the Brahe model, but they give us the false one. The element table is the same to me. I think if they were going to be honest, they would start talking more like Walter Russell and admit that everything is vibration. And whether or not they want to agree with someone like Russell, who I do, it is much closer to reality. And as soon as we quit accepting these tired old dogmas, we'll be able to move forward again, which I think is in our very near future, by the way.
So how do you discern when people talk about channeling information or being in an enlightened state? I guess you just have to have that divine intuition based on experience, and like people know about the trivium and the quadrivium to refine these abilities. And then even all the way to the other side of the spectrum where people are going to places like the Monroe Institute. But we talk about people like Walter Russell, and when you say, oh, he was in enlightenment for 39 days, that will shut some people off because it just turns them off and it sounds new age. Because in fact, we did get a question, and I'll just go ahead and read this. So keeping in mind that you're promoting Walter Russell, who was in a state of enlightenment, try to have empathy for this concept that they want to ask you about. The Tegeta disclosure refers to a spiritual message, alleged contact from the Pleiadians, who are aliens from the star cluster.
What?
Before we move on to the empathy subject, or I just want to respond to the gravity thing. Like,
Good.
Look, whether or not a person believes gravity to be like a real thing that we're experiencing, okay? It would still be irrelevant for any practical purpose that needs to be considered in our lives. It's irrelevant compared to like electrostatics, right? The strong and weak nuclear forces, the positive negative, electrical charge, the static, power. And the whole dang thing, and it was interesting that he chose to go after the periodic table in that regard, because one of the benefits of the periodic table is being able to calculate the charge of your different elements, based on the way it's set up, based on how many shells are to be expected, at least in like the first two, and then I guess it'd be the last 10, but the point is that it's a grid, and it'll tell you similar things. There's things that are similar here and things that are similar here, and when you know these things, and you know the charge of an object, it can tell you how many electrons are in there too, you know. And so, you know, I'm not a big fan of taking time for gravity. Like, I think we waste a lot of time with it, and I'd like to see more work put into electrostatics, you know, and electrostatic potentials, and harnessing that power, you know, because at the end of the day, chemistry is just all about giving and taking charge, you know, in this electrostatic environment. And so I think, oh, just to give you an idea how much more important this is, you know, the power of electrostatics compared to gravity is 10 to the 39th, okay, more powerful than gravity. That means a 1 with 39 zeros to follow it. A million is 6 zeros, okay? 1 million is 6 zeros. Electrostatics carry 10 to the 39th. That's 1 with 39 zeros to follow, more powerful and more effective than gravity. You know, so there's that. You know, we waste a lot of time on gravity, I think.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
that's my position.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know, you know, I often, when I have considered it, you know, density and buoyancy can answer for, and then you add in the electromagnetics, right? And it's like, I don't know. Yeah. So that one's, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't need gravity to understand these systems.
Yeah.
And when they make the whole damn thing dependent on gravity, it really kind of like drives me a little bit bonkers, because I'm like, whoa, if I was calculating it, gravity would be one of the last things I worry about. That's like NASCAR worrying about a mosquito hitting the window, you know? Like, you know, your race isn't going to get blown by a mosquito hitting your window, you know?
Right. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, guys, it's a late one here, so I don't blame anybody if they, you know, call it a night. That's great. Thanks for hanging with us for so long. I know this is a long one. I just got to get through it, but I just thought it was, you know, something interesting to make you think, and so yeah. But thank you all for hanging. Greatly.
we're trying to stay limited on commentary.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No doubt, knackers.
They're Pleiades, specifically Tegeta. And there are
Right,
different
Raka.
mediums that channel information, and they have podcasts, and they talk about the Galactic Federation. So this person is asking you for your take on the unfolding disclosure event that people are always waiting for in terms of extraterrestrial life.
It's not for me. I thought you were going to ask, how do people deal with, you know, all the personalities online that are channeling and, you know, claiming that they can remote view and all these things. And the only thing I can offer you is the old adage, you can judge a tree by its fruit. A lot of people make a lot of claims out there, and like in terms of like when I first met Fortune, I had a sense about him. I mean, I got 100 emails that day in the time his email came in, and that was the one that I responded to. There was something about it. As time went on, I was continually put in a position where I had to ask, how can this possibly be legit and real? And time again, it has been legit and real. And then I began to notice demeanor and how people talk and the way they act. And you can really start to see when someone's claiming they're channeling this or that. Of all the people I've seen online, and believe me, I don't surf a lot, I don't follow anyone. It's just not for me. I'm interested in things that are observable, that have an application, that where there's a there. I'm not here to tell you there's no beings on the Pleiades. Matter of fact, I'd be surprised if there wasn't at least a spiritual consciousness there. But in terms of all these people talking to galactic federations and everything, really, all the problems we have here, and the best we can do is just talk about this solution or that solution. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's just not for me. I'm interested in other things.
All right. We got another comment that came in. It wasn't really a question, but something that we wanted to save to mention, that someone said that if you have great eyes, you can see the lunar waves at times without a telescope, camera, and exposure. So kudos to them. I would like to ask them if they sun gaze, because I know my vision wouldn't be able to pick it up, though I have a great vision with the P1000. With my naked eye, I'm not sure I could pick up a lunar wave. Have you ever?
I don't. Yeah, I'd be surprised. I mean, I don't know what it means to have eyes that are better than perfect. 2020 is what they say is the benchmark, and people do have better vision. But I mean, think about it. A full moon is your pinky, the tip of your pinky at an arm's length. It's a half a degree of sky. If I look at it this way, Rose, how many times have we tried to take a still of the lunar wave to show it, and you can't see it?
It's impossible.
You can't see it unless it's moving.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't think it's possible to see them naked eye. But again, maybe there are people in the world with eagle vision.
Yeah, maybe. I know when I had LASIK in 2010, they told me I had more than perfect vision, but by 2014, I needed LASIK again, and now I'm sure I need glasses again, but here we go. Someone says, our consciousness has created the reality which exists. Thoughts are things. When we expand and improve our consciousness, we then travel into a more divine version of this dream. We are all sharing and living in this now. So
Good.
Did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, good for that. I just love the thought behind all that. I love the idea of it. I love the thought behind it. And I know for a fact my consciousness precedes my reality. And I have known people in my life, like my mother. I never saw my mother angry in my entire life. By the way, I am adopted, but she was still my mother, the only mother I've ever known. And until she had dementia, I had never seen her angry. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because when you conduct yourself in that kind of happy bubble your whole life, good things happen around you like nonstop. It's like a different world for people who can be like that all the time. We're all at different levels, but just the tone and tenor of that, I'm all about it.
Me too.
What do you guys
I like
think?
it. All right. In ancient times, they had no more of an idea of what reality than we have today. I don't get why ancient writing is held in such esteem when modern science is disregarded. The Dunning-Kruger effect is so very relevant these days when idiots believe they have all the answers.
Well, it's unfortunate that science has become what it is. Science is a bit like another religion now. Scientism has come front and center. And anyone who works in an important scientific field knows darn well there's things you can talk about and things you can't. But to get back to the point, it's obvious that there were cultures before us that knew infinitely more than we do. We can't even describe how some of the stones were moved in place yet, never mind complete temples that were carved out of a single piece of rock. You don't think it takes a higher consciousness to pull that off? And there's more. We now have access to writings from secret societies who held everything they knew secret from the general public for hundreds of years probably. And they now inform us things that we had read about in other places, like what I accept is true, that before roughly the time of the Renaissance, and we know history is light agreed upon, but roughly in that bailiwick somewhere, we began to lose our spiritual vision. The way that is described is that, the Monroe Institute does it too. And those are people who are counting out of firsthand observation with repeatable out-of-body experiences and other things. And that doesn't even touch all the master meditators who will say a very, if not exact thing, that when we look up at the so-called planets now, we see in a hyper-dense physical reality this round glowing ball. When they had spiritual vision, they did not see that. They saw the actual spiritual energies that are associated with that realm, or whatever the proper word is that's not planet. I just say luminary. So there's more than plenty of evidence that shows that the idea of the Yuga cycles is probably true. We were falling in consciousness, we were falling in love, we were falling in conduct through a dark age, which happens over and over again, which we're apparently now coming out of. And I don't think it takes a genius to comprehend that if you go to India alone, how can you start to imagine that whoever built that didn't have more consciousness than we do now? Because we can't even describe how they did it.
Are you seeing the video I'm sharing now on the screen?
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh, I love that shot.
Incredible.
Yeah. So this is one of the videos uploaded to the Crrow777 YouTube channel. We've got those shorts there. But like I said before, there's 19 solar investigation videos where Crow goes into so much detail and shows so many different still images and talks through his experiences and how he was able to bring this imagery to you, which, if you can imagine, not only did he have to buy the equipment to make it necessary and then upgrade it, because it is somewhat of an addiction, just like musicians have with gear. And then you have to have the storage to transfer all of this data. And then you have to have the computer, the program, and the wherewithal to understand how to take this data and show it to us in this way that was not available to us just a few years ago, if you think about it, in human history.
Well, I saved
for
10 years to get this scope, but what most people don't know is if I go out and I shoot for 4.5 hours, it is quite likely that I will have near a terabyte of data. And that's why a lot of people aren't doing this, because it is very difficult to deal with volumes of data like that. But things are improving. And when you go over to the website Astrobin that I showed you earlier, you'll be blown away by what amateurs are doing now. And it was not even, you couldn't even approach what's being done now. 15 years ago, 20 years ago, if you go look at Shoot the Moon, I have my earliest solar work, and it's not even in the same building. I mean, not even close.
Yeah. Let's continue with this, with the questions so we can get through the ones that we selected. And again, a lot of people are asking questions in the chat that I wish we could capture and answer on the fly. So if you really want it answered by Crow, make sure that you type it in the comment section after the stream is over, because we won't be able to catch it from the live stream.
Yeah, we go through and collect them.
Yeah, so let's see here. This is a funny one to me. What does Fortune say about your wave observations and scope work, Crow? And unfortunately, I hate to be a party pooper, but Fortune just doesn't seem to care so much about the SkyClock, huh, Crow?
No, in all the alchemy and all the things he's done, that's what threw me for a loop too. I met him by asking for a legit alchemist, and he's as legit as I ever could have dreamed of. He's cured things that it's not supposed to be curable, but he doesn't seem to pay any attention to what I had associated as the basis of all alchemy, which goes to show you, little did I know.
Let me get the solar work back up again, because to me, it gives me the chills how amazed I am.
What's that?
Oh, I said it's old Chad Wolfledgestein Hausenbergendorf. If I
Oh,
remember.
welcome, Chad. Good to see you, Chad.
I don't know
By what that thing is, there's nothing else in the universe or from where we are that we can look at that is anything like this.
It's beyond amazing, and every particle that you can view is active, moving, alive, energetic, and conscious. It's incredible. It's beyond a privilege for us to be able to sit here and get these views. A few short years ago, amateurs could not have pulled this off at this level.
Oh, wait, I just caught a good, funny comment. If the moon waves, you wave back. Don't be rude.
There you go.
Okay, so next question here. And you told me to remind you to comment about spiritual vision. Okay, so here goes. If the different planets have moons around them, what do you think is really going on if there's no actual space as described? Do you think potentially there are other realms like Earth with their own celestial objects and are just not as far as they tell us?
I think when we come to recognize what space, what we call space, actually is, we will have been so misrepresented by all the movies and everything else we've watched that it will be laughable. And I think there's a time in our not too distant future where they will be looking at the things we believed in about that, and it will be laughable. There's life everywhere. You know, I always try to use the example, like if I'm out somewhere and I see this amazing flower that I've never seen before, you know what I instantly know? There's more flowers like that in this world. If I'm out somewhere and there's no life anywhere and I see a rabbit, you know what I know? There's more rabbits. And what I have noticed is that we tend to think of nature as being just what's here on the face of the ground we walk on, but it's everything as far as we can see. If I'm looking at so-called Jupiter, I'm still looking at nature, right? And
Right.
how can it be that if I'm filming the sun and I know it to be conscious, and when I've read these accounts that we used to have spiritual vision and we saw the spiritual energies, not just a round floating ball, how can I discount all that? I think that the descriptions we've been given on what we call space are kindergarten versions of what's actually there.
That's slippery slope.
All right. So I'm just showing a little bit more of the stills that we have posted on the video section. And yeah, there's Astrobin, but people really should go over to your website and see the work that you've done in the 19th investigation videos.
And so there are 19 videos. I'm working on the 20th now because I noticed something in the solar eclipse footage I took a year ago. But when you become a member, you get to choose. If you do it for a month, you get to choose a free image to print. If you choose to become a member for a year, you get a free month and you get to choose, I think it's 2 or 3 images to print. But then you get access to all the solar work. You get access to shoot the moon, all of it for free, just because you're there. And by the way, we should have raised the price months and months ago because things are so hard, but we haven't in years. We're probably the cheapest podcast going, aren't we, Rose?
Probably. I'm not an expert on the other podcasts, but definitely trying to keep it as affordable as possible. But even if you don't become a member, there's over 700 plus hours of free radio with no login required. And, you know, if, you know, people join for a month, they can always cancel. And it's $8 at the entire archive of everything.
Almost every week, I get a email from someone who's just subscribed. They usually tell me how they got referred in and things like this, but so many of them say this: someone referred me to this episode for this reason, and when I heard it, I couldn't believe it, so I went back and started on episode 1. And that's what I love. There are so many people out there who have gone back to episode 1 and gone through all the content up to modern times. And the value in that is this: say I did an episode on why 9/11 is 9/11. How many times can you do that, right? That's kind of done to death. But way back in those older episodes, we did it, and we did it seriously, and we did it thoroughly. No nukes, no dinosaurs, just episode after episode after episode. Some of them we've done more than once, but what people like to do is catch the recent episode and then go back and pair it and work their way through the older ones. So much of it is just timeless because of the topics.
Yeah, a couple of episodes that I recently found that are pretty timeless are episodes 48 and 63 and 103. Those ones are really good from the early days. And so you have the website up on here, and this is what it looks like when you're logged into the account, where you can see full episodes, but there's also the free episodes here, which you can get from the homepage. And there's just pages and pages of episodes. And there's also here you could search by guest name and episode number. But if you want a topic, we also have these playlists. And this is actually going to open up another tab. So let me just cut it into this tab. So these are the free playlists. So we've got all of the Jason Lindgren episodes, all of the Wayne McCrory episodes, Clive DeCarl, just a lot of different ones ranging from many. Here's the Fortune one. We've got the Teresa Bacola, who we recently had on. We should talk about Jerry Marzinski, who we had on, because I have a couple of crazy stories we received after that from people who actually already found help from that episode. But we've got 4 questions to go through before we can get to that. So
I should do a sneak preview too.
Okay.
Episode 666 is coming up. Had to sooner or later, but we're almost there. So we asked Wayne McCroy to come in, and we have recorded an episode that relates to the schizophrenia episode we just did with Jerry, and it's going to cover egregores. And David JD123, thank you so much for helping us pay for the private server. And by the way, the website's on a private server, so all of the content that has been censored on all the platforms has not been censored on the private server. It all still exists, along with transcripts.
Read why don't you go ahead and read his question? Even though he didn't save it for the comment section, I think that for the donation, let's acknowledge his.
Sun, moon, and planets seem closer than they say. Maybe races of humans did come from these planets. Could stars be spirits or portals? I like what you're thinking there. There is absolutely a spiritual energy to everything, in my view. Could the Milky Way be a crack in the more solid sky? And it's rolling out of view. More solid than we think. Thanks. I like the way you're thinking. If you're looking at those energies and thinking spiritually, I am with you. I don't think that this is just some haphazard accident. I think we're actually spiritually developing here. I think that it would be fair to maybe describe what happens here as a very hard, quick, almost boot camp-like learning experience, helping us spiritually evolve. And I think that everything we can see out there is alive. I think when I go outside that I can't describe a rock as dead. There is a spirit, there is a soul. In the old alchemical or natural science ways, if you could pick anything up in this world, it would be classified or broken down by body, spirit, and soul. In the modern era, we have become so materialistic that we only really recognize the body in science. Anything to do with soul or spirit doesn't go under a microscope, and for the most part is ignored, although that is changing rapidly, particularly with the technology going in the way it is.
I just can't help but laugh that we're trying to have a serious conversation about all of these interesting things, and then someone, we know Fuzzy Booger from the website, but just funny to be like, thanks, Fuzzy Booger, in the middle of a serious conversation. But thank you for supporting us. Okay, let's get to the questions that we have left. What would you say to the idea of element 115 and a giant projector cannon projecting the moon image we see today? Supposed reasoning to cover up some kind of fissure crack occurring on the moon that came from the 4 anomaly channel. Does that have any validity?
In my view, I think it's probably likely that the moon is plasma or some such. In terms of elements, I've already described that I think the elemental table is a hyper-materialistic view of what's actually vibrations and octaves of vibrations, which is everything in my view, whether it be sound, light, or so-called matter. I don't know what to make of that. I don't think the moon is a projection, but then again, I don't think it's rock and dirt either.
Okay, so that commenter was referring to an experiment that was done in the early 80s in Norway, if anyone wants to look that up. But I guess Crow is the wrong person to ask about specific elements for reasons like the periodic table that Walter Russell lays out
115 would be
resonates more with the idea of the
unstable.
spiral and the curves and the octaves. We covered that in a recent
Short life.
episode with Luke, who I mentioned earlier. And in episode 650, he talks about divine emission theory. And what's really interesting is that he was able to apply his unified theory to the periodic elements without ever knowing who Walter Russell was. He looked at the Walter Russell periodic table of elements and realized that when you flip it on its side, it's also representing ideas of Schrodinger, which were suppressed. And a lot of people think of him as someone who was not spiritual, and that's not true at all. And that physicists hated the fact that the spiritual component was removed from science. So that
it's a roadblock until we refuse to stay in the hyper-materialist cage. We will be limited in what we can do, and very likely still living in the angles of sorrow, because you can't recognize the angles of sorrow until you recognize spirit and soul.
Yeah. So the next question was asking about the moon craters. And me personally, when I look at those moon craters, I look at the way that they're lit. It looks like they would be reflecting a light shining onto it based on the crater. So they're just wondering what you think the moon craters possibly are. And me personally, when I think about what the moon could be, I think a lot about what Ben Balderson discusses in the galvanic cell theory with the anode and cathode.
Yeah.
But I also look at the sun and think about how alive it looks. And I look at the moon and think about how dead it looks, and the symbology with the moon having to do with death. And it just makes me wonder if the moon is some kind of burnt out sun. But that's just my thoughts. What are your thoughts? The question's for you.
I like the anode cathode idea, and the moon is a mystery wrapped in a riddle, wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in a good luck trying to figure this out. It is beyond evasive, and it almost looks like the anode cathode, like a blistering idea or something like that. I really just don't know. But there was a man, I think he might have been in Australia, on mainstream news, black and white clip, who came on and said, they're not going to the moon, it's plasma. And he said this before the moon shot. I think the guy interviewing him said, well, they're getting ready to go to the moon. And he said something like, good luck with that. I think that's probably closer to some reality.
All right, we're getting close to the end of the questions here. Someone wanted to ask you what is happening celestially in 2026 and how might those things be leveraged. And before the show, you were talking about how the SkyClock puts forth energies that will pave the way for experience. And you were pointing out that not very many people at all who might be able to benefit as much as possible from comprehending the SkyClock do. And so you've said that most of it has been scrambled around and obscured in ways that try to ensure that we can't decode down to the minute, and that there's proof of this in the Rosicrucian writings, because they claim that the names of Mercury and Venus were switched to prevent people from being able to apply the power that is obtained when one completely comprehends the energies of the the sky clock down to the second. So what would you add to that, especially with the idea of calculating down to the second? A lot of people may not even been thinking about things in terms of the second when we're talking about being a Taurus or, different astrological ideas.
There used to be things like, one thing that always struck was like the idea of a book of hours, which was like a spiritual guide for the hours of a day. But before that, people like Tycho Brahe, he was an astrologer, although there was no difference between astronomy and astrology in his day. Tycho Brahe's work was so sought after that the kings were like scratching to get him to draw astrological charts to what is coming our way next. Here's the thing. I don't want to put down people who have chosen some certain way to go at the sky clock. Like, as an example, a person who does sidereal versus, some other style. Those people who are looking at it and working on it, I'm sure they benefit from looking at it directly and trying to work it out.
What I'm pointing at is when we get to a point where it's not about choosing a style anymore. We just know that these influences are associated with this. And I think a lot of the work Brahe did was probably hidden from us. I also think he did some stuff on comets and maybe the distances that may also have been hidden from us. Can I prove it? No, I can't. But to have a man who correctly gave us the solar system that I accept as correct, then finding things like the secret hidden hand running the world back in the 1600s was making artwork that proves they knew his work was superior. And he was into drawing charts, birth charts, and all kinds of other charts. And that is about the energies of the sky clock. I once read it was a book, a compendium, a really old compendium on astrology ideas. And the man who wrote it, who was very educated, by the way, wrote something in the preface like this: a person who knows nothing about the sky is like going to a river and jumping in and letting the current take it where it will. Whereas a person who knows the value of the sky will already have a map of the river. He will know when it floods. He will know where the rapids are. He will know when he can get into the river and when he should get out of the river. And that was the example used. The problem in our time is there has been such a careful psychological engineering being applied where if you are religious in any way, then you're supposed to view anything that gets the tag or the label astrology as evil. And if you're into astrology, you've been taught that those religious nuts are just nuts. And these are the problems that we've got to overcome so we can get beyond all this and actually begin to sit down and say, you know what, there's something to the great conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter. How do I know? Because not too long ago, it brought us 9/11, and the very next one brought us COVID and things like this, but down to a minute understanding where the idea is you could roll it down to the second of a day. And an example of that would be maybe I want to grow some corn, and I know for a fact that this hour in this month is the best I can possibly do for the corn that I would like to grow, or something like that.
You reminded me of the quote that we added to Shoot the Moon. Anyone who imagines that all fruits ripen at the same time as the strawberries knows nothing about grapes, Paracelsus.
Or coconuts.
Yeah, or avocados.
Exactly.
By the way, you would never starve on Kauai because don't you remember that our dear friend David Avocado has Noni Land? So we would just deliver you constant fruit and sugarcane juice for you to stay energetic as you film through the night.
That place is heaven. It is absolutely heaven. I can only imagine how the people whose ancestry goes back there feel with the prices and their ability to hold on to their lands. It's just, this age is coming to an end. These times where everything has been hyper materialist and controlling, and a world where people are taught to treat each other poorly, and a world where we're taught to judge each other all the time, in a world where our very political system is the worst mind virus you can imagine. All that's coming to an end now.
We forgot to address that I published a short that was just you explaining that this is an overexposed photo. So if you're looking at this picture now, the part that's so bright that you can't see the craters, that's what you would be seeing with your naked eye during phases. And so what Crow did is he overexposed the camera so that the part that you normally can't.
This is a full spectrum camera.
Yeah. So, but some people still can see the dark part of the moon with their naked eye. I've seen it myself. I'll be looking at the bright part and the dark part. This is overexposed. But people were getting in fights about it so much that it got over 100,000 views, just a short about this one photo from over 10 years ago.
So basically a full spectrum camera, which sees a little bit into UV and IR along with the visual. And all I did was pointed at this. With a full spectrum camera, you can see things that are too dark for a regular camera. So what this does is the blacked out portion of the moon, you can see like a normal moon here. But the lit part that you can easily see with your eye is way overexposed. But when I shot this shot, it was just so impressive to me some of the abilities we have. I mean, think about this, 20, 30 years ago, almost no one could get an image of the moon like that.
Or look at this CME, as they call it. I don't know what it is, but it's a huge energetic explosion coming out of the shell of the sun's.
I saw that in real time, and normally all the movement of the sun has to be sped up. That was so energetic that what you're looking is almost in real time. It's sped up just a little.
All right. Well, we're playing the lunar wave footage again because this last question is about that. It seems like this is a question from someone who just stumbled upon the channel. So I know that we get these questions a lot, but this will just wrap up the question portion for anyone out there who's becoming familiar with the so-called lunar wave, which is now a misnomer because it's been captured in front of the sun, Jupiter, and Saturn. So here's the question. If this is truly a refresh wave, as I'm gathering from the comments, so they're saying that they read through the comments. Number one, does it come in equal intervals? Can you tell me when the next one will be? Does the wave always move in the same direction across the surface? When the wave is traveling, does it move at a constant speed? Does it slow down or speed up? And is this equal across every wave you've seen? If you could answer all these questions, that would be so awesome.
There were 5 questions. No, 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 and no.
Yeah.
Read them one at a time and I'll do it justice.
Okay, all right. Well, I think we've seen them going in different directions, that's for sure. So let's take it one at a time. Does it come in equal intervals? No.
No 2 waves appear to be the same.
And there's a different amount of time in between them, and the longest one was Randy from Houston, which it was like over
45 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. Can you tell people when the next one will be?
Nope.
Now, I have a comment about that. And all the people that are now coming forward and saying, oh, it's a digital artifact in the camera, it's this, don't you know about your equipment? Every single one of those people I've responded to and said, well, if you know what it is, then you should be able to duplicate it and send me a video of yourself predicting and showing me reproducing a lunar wave. And it's just never happened over a decade.
Well, I'm so busy trying to get pigs to fly. I just haven't had time for that.
Yeah. Okay. Does the wave always move in the same direction across the surface? And the answer is no, because we've seen it coming from the top to the bottom, the top, and the side.
That question is being asked by someone who has never observed the moon, because the moon from our particular vantage point rotates about 90 degrees every 6 hours. In my view, that is because it is getting further away from us or closer to us. But having said that, if the thing you're looking at is rotating 90 degrees, then that question doesn't make sense to start with.
Right. And also might be like they're coming under the assumption that it's the overall consensus that it's a quote unquote refresh wave, which also suggests things like projections, which we don't agree with. So we should just clarify that. And they're asking if the wave is traveling, if it's at a constant speed. And I have to say that in the best lunar waves I've seen, it does look like each wave travels at the same speed. Yeah. But within that wave, in other waves, they're faster, like the first lunar wave you captured.
But they don't accelerate or decelerate as far as I know.
Yeah, constant within that grouping because they come in pairs. So that was the answer. It's not equal across every wave. And so that's it for the questions. And then now, before we end the stream, do you want to quickly cover the situation that I heard after we released episode 660 with Jerry Marzinski?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so in that episode, they were discussing about intrusive thoughts and that schizophrenia might not be what the mainstream describes as a chemical imbalance that can be resolved by just dumbing down people with drugs, and that it could be more like spiritual warfare where people are exposed to something that's actually happening in a realm that's unseen.
Surprise!
So all of these voices of people that are called schizophrenic, they're always negative. They're always intrusive. Unlike other situations, like if someone's on too much anesthesia for too long, they might have a funny hallucination, or if someone takes psychedelic drugs, all hallucinations are random. they could be funny, they can be scary, they're different. But with schizophrenia, we see these patterns of negativity and suggesting self-harm. And that's what has opened Jerry Marzinski's eyes to the spiritual component. So during the episode that we released, we mentioned that in some cases, when a schizophrenic is having like a very severe episode, there's two aspects of this way that you can address it as an experiment, which is one, have a rubber band around their wrist and you snap the rubber band, and that kind of does something for the situation. And at that time, he recited Psalm 23. And so someone was listening to that episode and they were having a very difficult time with the family member, and the family member, I'm not going to get into specifics, but it was such a violent situation that things had changed, that the police were called, and it was days of just utter terror with this person. And then the family member was sleeping in the room snoring, and she walked up to the door and she quietly whispered Psalm 91. And she could hear the family member stop snoring, and she was afraid that the family member would wake up and just go crazy, like, what are you doing outside my room? But instead, the family member stayed asleep. In the morning, the mother wakes up the listener of the show and says, your dad just woke up and said he's not angry anymore. So overnight, even though he was asleep and not aware of what she was doing, it was basically a cure. I mean, I don't know what to call it other than a supposed exorcism of a very negative, harmful, dangerous situation. And even she herself says, I don't know if this is a coincidence. I don't know if this would have happened. Like, she's even doubting it herself. But I just thought I'd share it. It's something to think about. And I don't know if we asked him the question, Jerry, but I mean, for the people that did cure themselves of schizophrenia, they say words like deliverance method. So does that mean that someone who doesn't ascribe to a religion is going to be stuck in the schizophrenic realm? Does it require acknowledgement of the spiritual realm to recover from this? It's very interesting. When people attribute their healing to Jesus, is it necessarily because Christianity is the one true religion, or is it because it was their intention and their belief in something and the positivity of trying to get well? Do people get well because they want to? Do people not get well because they don't want to? I know that's a triggering topic for a lot, but what do you have to say about that?
Well, for one thing, David Reif 911, you're going to want to catch the last episode we did, which covers schizophrenia. I don't think there's ever going to be hope of dealing with a thing when you don't comprehend what's causing it. And I think that episode might help in that direction. But as Rose just mentioned, people have done things as simple as a psalm recited, and it has a result. And it's not a guess. It's been done. It's been redone, and it's been observed, but you might catch that episode. I'm with you, Rose. I think that when we do episodes like this, particularly with someone at Jerry's level, I mean, you got to hand it to the guest when he's all that and a bag of chips. He was a shake too. He was good. He had been at it for a long time. He was intelligent and had common sense for days. I imagine a lot of people that are dealing with this or will find a lot of benefit in an episode like that. And even if they don't immediately, the episode may give them leads on what to do next.
I am now bringing up for our last topic of the evening. I'm tired. I'm sure you are as well. You remember your friend from Rhode Island, Ross from Conscious Technologies, right?
Yes.
Of course you do. So I'm just going to bring up his website. And I know that you got this thing called the Core Harmonizer. And I'm so jealous. I wish I could have one, but it's pretty much too expensive for most people. But it is so helpful, and it involves the idea of color therapy. And I just wanted to bring up the concept of color therapy because a lot of people who haven't been looking into alternative medicine are starting to wise up to the healing benefits of color. So we've talked about Dinsha, who used to be like a cop in New York, will you really quickly just tell people about who he was, the book you wrote, and what happened to him and how he was demonized? And then I wanted to tell you a story from a listener.
Okay.
Tell us about Dinshaw.
So there was a man that do you know the episode number? I'm sorry.
We didn't do a specific episode about it. We've just alluded to him.
All right. There was a man named Dinshaw. You can look it up. And he was in this country. I believe he came from India, if I remember correctly. And he was healing people with light. You know how stage lighting works, where there's a colored piece of plastic? It's called a gel, and they shine the light through it to color the stage. This is the old style of stage lighting. He was basically doing that. He was coloring light, much like you see in the image there, but with a gel, and he was curing people. Why? And why does that work? Well, because everything is a frequency. Whether it's music, sound, light, matter, everything is a frequency. The curing he was doing was so precise that he was saying 15 minutes with this color of yellow, 10 minutes with this color of orange, this many times a day, and it was astonishing. So he created a machine that would allow you just to swap the colors in front of lights. Well, what do you suppose happened next? The medical establishment went headhunting, and they got him. And his machines still exist. If you search, I understand you can still find his machines around, but he was drummed out of business for being a charlatan when in fact he was curing people.
All right, awesome. Yeah, his book is called Let There Be Light, and that's also on the Crrow777 recommended book list. So I had a funny story because I was on the phone with a listener of the show that I've become friends with, and Jason had bought these little tiny light boxes because obviously we want something like a core harmonizer, but we just found these tiny little light boxes on Amazon. They're only $11, and they come with these remotes that have all these different colors, and you can have them stay on one color or you can have it oscillate. And I just noticed that it really, along with some salt lamps, heightened the mood, and just the energy has been so much more relaxing. And I was mentioning it, and he had the
about the light.
Yeah.
I don't know about the light thing. I mean, it's interesting. The whole everything is a vibration and frequency, and Tesla said that, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, all this is probably relevant. I mean, it's definitely worth thinking about and keeping, an open mind on these things being a possibility anyway. What do you think?
Man, I think I'm with you on this, when we can kind of figure out what the fluid in and out, how to kind of get in and out of all of everything, if we can just find that one principle to stand on, right? Like we're supposed to be able to get in and out of it all, right? And we have that, God,
Right.
So
yeah.
Exact same one, the exact same cheap $11 one in his Airbnb. And he had mentioned that it was so depressing in the Airbnb. It was nothing like it had been advertised. And he didn't know what possessed him to, well, no pun intended, since we were just talking about schizophrenia, but he had no idea what made him pack the color light. And he was just talking about how if he didn't have that color light with him, he probably would have just really not even been able to enjoy it. So I just want to say to anyone out there that is interested in color light, really any color that
what's amazing to me about color is color. Like, man, oh man, everything has a color and a mood, and the color does make a mood. And look at the sky in the evening and the colors you get, and and then the different fabrics and the different colors and sheens and light reflection, and it's all connected but all separate and amazing.
Well, and it's like, why does it even exist if if not for experience, to be experienced? Why would it even be a thing? Is it just, our experience of it, or is it meant for our experience?
Right, right. Yeah, and yeah, even the rainbow and like it talking about it being put there, and it's like, well, what in the world?
what was it like before that?
Right.
No, yeah.
You can add to your walls. Like, let's say you haven't gotten a chance to paint your house and you have boring white walls, or you haven't had a chance to, buy a beautiful painting in France. If you just add color, these oscillating colors to your ceiling while you're relaxing, I highly recommend it. And you don't have to spend $7,000 on all of these huge devices. Like, anything's better than nothing. That's the last point I wanted to make.
Companies spend
There
billions
is,
of dollars on
I've
paint
said for years and years
design.
that we will be entering a new world.
Yeah.
I was just adding that. They'll spend millions of dollars on paint design, like just, prisons. They paint them blue. That for sterility and calmness. And casinos like to use red and yellows. For vibrancy and excited. And
Yeah.
it's a whole thing. Yeah, we're absolutely wired to respond to color.
Yeah, and we are tired as well, Knackers. I am anyway. But yeah, no, this was interesting, and I just kind of want to, get to it. And I know if I don't do it, I'll never get to it. So I just thought, well, we'll blow through this. But yeah, it's just there's just so much when I'm looking at those ancient coins and thinking about how they viewed society, and you see the rise and fall of Greece, and then the Romans, and then you got the Bible, which has had such an effect, and all of that took place right in that same area, and you can trace that back to all the old cultures and their sacrifices and temples, but you just see the stair stepping down, and the study of the stars at that time, making these different models that we're looking at today, just being a extenuation of all of the efforts that they put in. And I don't know, yeah, it's crazy, it's amazing, and that they had that much relevance figured out in their time. The biblical account itself, if you believe in that account, that there was a star that appeared that foretold that the new king was born, and we got to go give him homage. And I mean, my goodness, what a concept.
Yeah, I mean, we built entire civilizations out of knowledge, and then passed it down, and whittled it and refined it and tailored it to our own uses. And with that, we gave up a lot of other uses, and therefore gave up the understandings and the educations and the fundamentals that went with those things.
Yep.
You give up art, you give up paint, like you give up music, you give up instruments. It's some of these things are quite
right, and that's how some of that art was so heightened, is because they had such understanding on the rest of it. And then, like I heard someone say that there's so much truth, is when your art goes, it's because your core perception on reality is gone. You have what is beauty, what is not beauty, you can't tell. And that just rang so true. It's like, man, and you watch the rise and fall of the empires and the cycles, and you see how our government's acting right now, and our monetary. So it's just like, this is just, and here I am in the middle of all of it, just like, wow.
watching solar clocks, man.
Craziness.
No, but it's great because, like, look, at the end of the day, we have this much time. You know, you have this much time, and then that's it.
Yep.
You've had your experience.
Yep.
You know, and there's only one person ever going to judge you about this, and in the meantime, you know, like somebody told me the other day, you know, like nobody on their deathbed looks back and says, wish I would have spent more time at work, you know, wish I would have put in a 90-hour week instead of a 70-hour week. Nobody says that. And that's what cultures used to recognize, because it used to be more present in your face, like reality, you know, and they didn't have the same instant gratification thing. You had to earn friendships. You had to, you know, relationships didn't last long. People didn't last long, you know, information didn't last long. Information, you know, like we said earlier, right? These guys would have to retain this, you know, just preserving a word was a difficult task. And these people overcame immense things for these values. It was these values that drove that education through the hardest times. These values did. And this is where these values led to this knowledge set. This is where these values led. Now we exercise different values nowadays, and our knowledge set has led elsewhere. But that doesn't say anything about how right or wrong their knowledge set was, only that it was a different knowledge set for a different purpose, different tool for a different job, you know?
Yeah, and I think, at least for me, it's too segregated. Like in actuality, it's a mixture of all these things, and you know, viewing it in that, oh, you know, as if that ancient culture is not important or didn't come up with anything, is a ridiculous way of thinking. You know, I mean, all of their people throughout all of their lives. I mean, sure, I'm sure there was some not so knowledgeable people, but you know, just like they were talking earlier about not having watches to watch the time and the calendar, and I'm sure some people didn't follow the calendar or pay attention to time in that way, but I'm sure a lot of people did. And just the observations that you would gain always paying attention to nature like that, you know. So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. You know, but no, that was it was I like that you were able to dig this up. I like that they were cool with us using this and reviewing this. This was a fun one. I like dipping outside of the box, man. It helps me handle, you know, sort out other truths as well, you know.
Right, yeah, kind of step outside of your lane and trying some new information and just allow it to rattle around and think about it. Sometimes it allows you to view something else from a different angle that you know. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
World of curing and healing, when it becomes common knowledge that a certain frequency, or better said, vibration, is matched with its color, its shape, its musical tone, and so on. When that starts to become common knowledge, we will be headed into a brand new day. Everything is vibration, and we need to get past all the hyper-materialism and start to get down to brass tacks and start to comprehend what actually causes things so that we can interact with them more efficiently.
All right, yeah, well said. And there was a comment there about people saying different things about different colors. I think the idea is that for a certain ailment that someone has, there might be a corresponding color for that ailment. So when people get different results, it might be that they just didn't understand the causal factor of their ailment, or the correct color for the ailment that they had. So that's why I would suggest that people just experiment with light color. And if something feels good to you, use your intuition.
Think of the cell salts book. There's a book on cell salts. If you get the right one, it has a fold out of the human body, but the colors of the rainbow are associated around the human body. And each one of those has a constellation, like Aries representing the head. Well, now there's a color with it as well. This is the direction I'm talking about. In that book, they take the time of the year, the color, the astrological sign in the body, and you can see what direction this begins to go in. Someone just asked if they could replay this on my channel. You can replay hour ones. Hour
Was that you, me?
Yeah.
No, he's asking about the live stream. He wants to comment and respond to our conversation.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you can do it all day long.
Yeah, the only thing that is
Which
not
we
allowed to
did
be shared
all
is
day
the
long.
exclusive
Thank you, guys.
member
Yeah.
second hour of the podcast and the movie Shoot the Moon and the 19 Solar Investigation videos. But we are posting little teasers so that people can get an idea of what they're getting if they do sign up to.
The cool shot of the moon right
I've got
there.
an episode.
This reminds me of the cartoon. Did you ever watch the Cartoon Network as a kid, where like Bugs
Yep.
Bunny isn't? It looks just like this almost. I mean,
Like
if you
Mars or something, you know.
kind of, yeah. Don't stare direct. Like, don't focus in on it, but just kind of let it, be your background. It reminds me of that a lot. That's interesting.
It reminded me of like a germ or a microbe of some sort. You know, I was like, wow, man.
If you're staring at it, yeah.
What we were looking at, would you have been able to say no? You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Got to get out in the morning, so I'm about ready to wrap. But I hope people come over and join us. If you're not a member yet, come be a member. It doesn't cost a lot of money. And we're at a point now where just getting information out and treating each other well is a big deal. I mean, it doesn't sound like much, but it is. It's a big deal right now. We are in hyper change, and we all have the power to help shape what comes next. If we all remain fighting and arguing and judging each other and taking part in political parties that teach us to act this way, then we're not going to change much. So it's time for us to come together. And I hope the website that I've built can be one of those places. Anything else, Rose?
No, I'm ready to crash out, man. I need a nap.
Me too. All right, that's it. We're going to wrap up what's been, I guess, more than 2 hours now. A new episode comes out tomorrow. And I told you there's a special one coming for 666 that relates in a weird way to the one we just did on schizophrenia. And Wayne McCroy will be there covering egregores. With that, I want to wish everybody everywhere a happy, healthy, and higher-minded new era. There it is, man. Cheers.
All right. Well.
Wow, we did it. Hey, like right there.
Yeah, cool.
Who made it? Who made it? We got 5 hanging out more.
Yeah, 7 people in. Right on, guys. Thanks for hanging in there with us.
Wow, we didn't know it would be this long, but that was a lot.
Yeah, it was. It was a lot, but it was good. I think that it's something good to ponder these things. And again, not that any of us are endorsing or not endorsing. It's just to ponder some of these things. These ancient cultures spent so much time, plotting that out, and then we got that. I like that drawing in the 16th century of the different models and possibilities that have been brought up from all of that work from the different cultures, and so it's interesting to tie it all together and think about the possibilities. And
I like that one too. I didn't know that existed. I really liked that. I was like, dude, that'd make a great poster,
Well,
but so did you take it? Are you taking anything home with you from this?
I like what he said there at the end, really. Is I've been noticing this more. when I started my channel, I mentioned in my very opening video, I talked a little about my ancient coins, and that you know, there's some spiritual connection in reality that's taking place right now. It was part of why I got into silver in the first place, you know, and I think that, you know, just like the Bible says about how many times you forgive your brother, you know, and I think that there's, just like he's saying, there's a shift taking place, and well, there needs to be one. I feel like I see it and feel it. I felt the negativity of 2020, and so I feel like looking into the monetary system and seeing how that is a cesspool and a problem, and how that ties in with everything. And I think that, and then watching our leaders and how horrible they are to each other, and the division that's tried to throw and laughed about and just smug about. And I think that we need to, and I notice it just by watching videos, that, you know, I need to change me. People need to change themselves for the better, so that we're not caught up in doing the same things that, you know, that the world is doing. Because it seems like we're just so far off of base in these ways where, you know, just being, but like he said, the fact that we're able to start being good to each other and nice to each other, and not cutting each other down and tearing each other down, and you know, actually trying to be a little bit more accepting and open on things, and understand that we're not all going to see it the same. How can we, when we've all been taught these million different ways, and you know, fight to the death, and we don't even know what we're talking about in all real, like, truth has left the building. So we kind of gotta, you know, relax things a little bit and try to find the bearings ourselves a little bit. Is the way I feel about it. And I feel like that's what he was saying, like treating each other right, and just starting there and being better people ourselves. So
Yeah, I'm with you there. You know, he did seem to care about that a lot, didn't he? Like, look, man, it was like he was saying, look, man, you know, I had to listen to a lot of people, and I just kind of want to be heard too. You know, we're all living this.
yeah, yeah,
And here I am bringing you what I got, and
yeah,
putting it out there, you know,
yeah,
and I think that is a wise approach to take in this. And I really, you know, there's been a lot of people receiving that word this year, you know, that they just grace, mercy, forgiveness,
yep,
charity, you know, and these are the works of the Holy Spirit at the end of the day.
true that.
And so I'm with that. And I was happy to hear the guy out, you know. There was a lot of fun and cool stuff, and he looks like he put in a lot of good work and a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
And so that's fun.
Yep.
And chat put in a lot of work.
Chat did put in a lot of work. Everybody did. So yeah. So yeah, and I'm shot too. I put in several lives that took it out of me. So I'm
Dude, you got to be tanked. Oh my goodness.
So I'm ready to wrap it up. But I appreciate you coming and getting through this with me. And you know, I know that not everything is right in line with, but that's kind of the point. Is, you know, let's not. Who care? Like, what, we're supposed to be all in line on all? How could we all be all in line with all the? You know, it's like there's no way. So you just gotta, you know, be happy to be alive, and take the good, and work with people, and understand that, yeah, we are all kind of working out of a hole here. So be forgiving to one another, and uplifting each other, and trying to help where you can. And And with that, we will be back soon with another one, y'all. Thanks for hanging out with us through this, and we will be back. I'll be back. Let's see, what is my...
Y'all are troopers. I'm telling you, troopers, knackers. Joseph, think differently.
Yep.
And the others that are hanging out with us.
Yep. And we'll be back soon with more. And with that, I'm going to wrap it up because I am ready to hit
Are
it.
you?
Thanks, guys. Catch you on the next one.